Orders by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does now come rest. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone has had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a restful weekend. Tonight's topic is extradition orders from Uncle Sam with your host, Mystic Sensation, which is Baron and Anne-Marie, and we also have Melting Pot in the building. Remember, guys, when you come in, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And remember to thumbs up the live as you come in. That will be greatly appreciated as well. Let me just quickly welcome those in the chat. Carla Ebanks, Elaine Turner, Elmira Smith, Doris McCoy, Sharon Ricketts, Janice Brown, Seaga McCarthy, Rena, Junior Lifestyle Creative Arts, Cecile Phillips, Anne-Marie McDonald, Lynette Jenkins, Elaine Morgan, and Tony Reed. Welcome. Bless up yourself. Without any delay, let me hand over to Baron while I do some housekeeping and make sure I didn't miss somebody here.
Well, thank you, honey. Trust me, I can't wait until I finish. My mouth just a tremble for the mic. Because tonight, Jamaican people, let me say this, right? Let me tell you something. I am saying to you, Jamaica, that Father God will always protect the Israelites, and Father God is not going to see his people suffer by the hands of the wicked. And may I tell you something? Say redemption is coming. Redemption is coming, right? And before I get into it, let me just ask Brother Melting Pot to meet and greet, because ghost pimple take all over my body, you know. I can't even second. Ghost pimples all over my body. Melting Pot, jump in fast.
Blessing once again to everyone tuning in to the Mystic Sensation Live. You know, tonight, Friday night, things are nice. You hear the host say, body are tingling, you know. Yeah, man. I know why it a tingle. But, I just want to say to my people, time is coming. Time not coming up. Time is coming. So bless up once again to the Mystic Sensation family. Enough love and blessing. Like to see the energy every time we come and hear, our family members are, right around us, giving us their support. You understand? And I love that energy. I love that vibes. So once again, enough respect. Big up to the people, every time, I come and hear me, I have to big up the people, at ground zero, Yeah, man. I just want to keep on showing the strength and resilience for have. Yeah? Because right now, everything, it's left up to the them to deal with for themselves so far, after 2 months plus. But, just keep the faith, keep strong. I want to say big up to my fans, them, from the inner city, 2 mile. Yeah, enough respect, same way. We know tuning in as usual. And you shall all be entertained tonight, because tonight, tonight, my official boss body and tingle. So to the host, Lord Byron, I don't want you to start trembling. I want you to hold the composure. Yeah, so enough respect and big up same way. And to the technical director, Lady Anne Marie, may I tell you, boy, when you're in the seat, the seat hotter. Because
Yes,
you know how to flick the finger them, You know certainly how to flick the finger them for Lord Byron. So you know, so you are the #1 technical director when we are here. So enough respect once again, everybody. And I hand back the floor to the host. Tonight is a night when popcorn and coffee and chocolate tea and even the bush tea, it can work. Big up.
Blessings, my people.
So that smell like a Cheshire cat.
Yeah, man, I have to give some look on, and although you understand certain name,
You can't call it.
I just can't call it yet. But I give up. I give a little clue, because we see some politician lose weight, People. We see some politician lose weight.
If any pampers left in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And it depends leaving in the farm.
Yeah, because you understand certain information coming out. When we look for the information, we say, oh, that's why the politician lose weight. I'm not calling the name, I'm not calling the name. But Jamaican people, big and serious. When we have been here, right? And let me say, bless up to Father Lonesome, man with eagle, and bless up to others who are working in the background to facilitate us with vital and critical information that cannot be disreputed. Now, when we say that the Andrew Holness administration is a kleptocratic administration, corrupted administration, guess what? We are not joking. We are not joking. And when we speak in terms of their wrongdoing hit the Swiss system, we weren't joking. We weren't joking. Yes. But Bangarang is here. On the sword upon the thumbnail, people. What is on the thumbnail? Squat and cough. Squat and cough. Yes. And when we have been here speaking, and you have Jamaica Jamaica Labour Party supporters, we are bringing down Jamaica, right? Let me see if we can get in back to some of the terminologies. We are bringing down Jamaica. We are anti-government, and we are telling lie on the government.
Destroy the Jamaica brand.
We are destroying the Jamaica brand.
No extradition, no come with
right? Now, misinformation and disinformation I want to know what they are going to say. I want the Vegas, the Miss Chin, and all of them who out there with a bad for the Jamaica Labour Party. You understand? Well, extradition there. And we are not hesitating. We are speaking aloud. And they know who they are. You understand? Some of them start lose weight already. Now, you know what? Let me go into an arrest that was done because earlier I didn't have it. But that arrest also align with certain intelligence, you understand, from overseas that force Jamaican authority to make that arrest. Bangarang there, people. Serious. I wonder if Parliament is going to keep Tuesday. Come in.
Let's see.
Remember, you know, we are lined up for Parliament keeps Tuesday, you know, because Parliament keeping a Parliament I go hot. Parliament is going to be hot.
They can't go sit comfortably in their seat from the government.
All right. Well, I hope some of them can sit comfortably, you know. And for some of them who are going to Parliament, who knows say, you understand them involved. Now tell them to carry extra pampas.
Depends. Adult really depends.
Adult
Depends.
Adult depends. You're the nurse. You tell them what them to wear.
Extra depends.
Okay. Tell them what them to wear, honey. Tell them what them to wear.
Make sure the pack with the extra depends. Carrying a little bag like a baby bag and make sure the packet will depend.
All right. Without any long talking, because you know that mystic sensation, we just get into it. We don't know long talking and a groan and a carry on. You understand? We could just get into the evidence. Bring up police inspector and 2 soldiers arrested. But we are going to give them more detail in this. All right, let us share that information. Now we confirm that this is 100% positive, right? 100% true, right? This is serious for the Andrew Holness administration, right? And let me say this. Them always are saying, one day the bucket, every day the bucket will go well, one day the bottom is going to drop out. Every day that the bucket is going to well, one day the bucket is going to drop out. The bottom is going to drop out. Now the Prime Minister speak big and loud, saying no afraid of nobody. And the Prime Minister speak bad and loud, saying no afraid of nobody. I want this Prime Minister to speak big and loud, but they need to respond to the extradition request. And this is something where we can sit down pan. We can warn him. All right. Police inspector, 2 soldiers arrested in St. Andrew drug operation. We could go and see there, January 9th, 2026. Trouble there, people. A police inspector and 2 Jamaica Defense Force soldiers were arrested following an operation involving the seizure of drugs in St. Andrew on Thursday night. The Jamaica Defense Force confirmed in a statement that 2 of its members are part of an ongoing investigation and said it is cooperating fully with authorities. I can get it right, people. The cop is reportedly attached to the counter-terrorism and organized crime branch of the police service. Now, this is an embarrassment. This is a huge embarrassment. But guess what? I am not surprised. I am not surprised. I remember, I just recently we tell the Jamaican people say, don't bother going on Andrew Holness crime situation about crime gone down and rare, blah, blah, blah. They are corrupted government. They are liars. They are deceiters. Don't deal with the destruction. What we need to be focused on is the corruption. But Father God, answer a prayer. The arrest reportedly occurred around 7:10 p.m. in the vicinity of Pine Bar along Moore Street in the Woodford Park community. Following the operation, police sources said officers observed the inspector in the company of 2 men and 3 vehicles, a blue Toyota Tacoma, a red Kia, and a white step wagon parked nearby. All 3 vehicles were later seized and taken to the Firearm and Narcotics Investigation Division headquarters, where searches were conducted in the presence of the men. In the blue Toyota Tacoma, investigators reportedly found 5 rectangular parcels containing a white powdery substance resembling cocaine, weighing approximately 12.5 pounds. Also recovered were a Glock service pistol, 3 magazines with 53 rounds of ammunition, a Jamaica Constabulary Force identification card, and a Samsung Galaxy Note 9 phone. The inspector was escorted to his Portmore St. Catherine residence, where a search reportedly yielded no illegal items. He was subsequently taken into custody at Halfway Tree Police Station. The 2 soldiers are understood to be in custody at Upper Camp, right? Investigation in the matter are ongoing. People, let me go into some more details now. Let me go on bring up that document. Because, you know, our intel coming in fast. You know, I could give you some more inside details. No. Now, Greater Portmore St. Catherine offense committed on Thursday, January 8, 2026, about 7:10 p.m. vicinity of the Pine Bar along Moore Street, Kingston 4. Circumstances surrounding the arrest and seizure are on the aforementioned date and time. A police team from FNID acting on information that vehicles parked in the precinct of the said Pine Bar aforementioned were being used in illegal drug activity. On arrival of the police team, the suspect was observed among other patrons at the location. 3 vehicles, including a blue Toyota Tacoma registered 9358 LT, later identified by the suspect as was seen in the precinct of the establishment. Based on the information received, the owners of the other 2 vehicles were identified and a search requested of all 3 vehicles, including that of, let me get into that, may I go into some more update details in terms of what is not in the news. Let us get into that detailed information. Now, 3 vehicles, including a blue Toyota Tacoma registered 9358 LT, later identified by the suspect as was seen in the precinct of the establishment. Based on the information received, the owners of the other 2 vehicles were identified and search requested of all 3 vehicles, including that of suspect. Search was conducted of the other 2 vehicles, red Kia motor vehicle 1562KK, owned by Cleveland Green, otherwise called Marcin, date of birth August 1st, 1983, soldier, warrant officer 2, and resides at Lot 371 Silver Sun Estate, St. Catherine, and 2 white step wagon 5400KW, owned by Samour Ferguson, date of birth February 6, 1988, mechanic of 108 March Road, Waterford, St. Catherine. However, the suspect refused access to his vehicle, as a result of which DSP Madden was called to the scene, and on her arrival, the suspect informed her that cocaine was inside his vehicle. Whoa! All 3 vehicles were secured and subsequently towed to the FNID right headquarters, where the suspect vehicle was opened and searched in his presence, during which 5 rectangle parcels wrapped in masking tape and clear plastic, each containing a white powdery substance resembling cocaine with an estimated weight of 5 pounds, right? 8 kilograms or 12. Let me see that again. DSP, this is what? Deputy Superintendent of Police Madden was called to the scene. So this DSP Madden, right, has been arrested and charged. Now, take that away. Now, Jamaica, and that background being communicated, right? Extradition document had sent to the Jamaica Labour Party administration, the government of Jamaica. And politicians, right, are involved as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. You understand? So I don't want it linger, make it feel like said politicians from the People's National Party involved. No. No politicians from the People's National Party involved. Make it clear that from out of the room. Run that out. Right? We have politicians involved, right, as it relates to this extrajudicial extradition, right, documentation. Now, this is serious. Jamaica, this is extremely serious. Not only that, this is going to cripple the Jamaica Labour Party. Whatever plan that Jamaica Labour Party has, a news like this, a situation like this, right? Trust me, is going to wreck the Jamaica Labour Party. And it seems like might be we don't even have to wait on Paul Buchanan. Case, I'm just only saying, not speaking much. Don't seems like we have to wait on the Privy Council at all. Situation will be unfolding that is going to even more devastating. So, let me say this, Jamaica people. With certain information that we have, we start to hold it until things further progress, you understand, before we push them out. But we confirm, right, and I can say, yes, right, with 100 positiveness that politicians involved in this extradition. Bangarang did there. Bangarang is there. Now, in the same breath, the Commissioner of Police under pressure too. Lift up this document, let me show how the Commissioner of Police under some pressure. Right? If you remember the situation with Senior Superintendent Cameron, let me just push out that. Right? Let me just push out that. Now, here it is. Let me just push out this before my melting pot come in. Senior Superintendent Cameron gets Supreme Court nod to challenge POA removal. Commissioner's orders blocked. January 9, 2026. Senior Superintendent Wayne Cameron has been granted permission by the Supreme Court to challenge Police Commissioner Dr. Kevin Blake's order that he be removed as chairman of the Police Officers Association. And we all remember this case. Well, the Supreme Court now granted Superintendent Wayne the access to proceed. The court has also blocked the implementation of the commissioner's directives until the dispute is resolved. Now, Justice Anne-Marie Nemard handed down her 46-page judgment today on Cameron's applications for permission to seek judicial review and for an injunction restraining the commissioner. Among her orders is an interim injunction restraining the respondent Blake, whether acting in concert by himself, his servants or agents, or otherwise, whosoever, from directing or causing to be convened any meeting of the Police Officers Association for the purpose of removing the applicant Blake as chairman and appointing a chairman pro tem or otherwise, pending the determination of the claim for judicial review or further orders of the court. The judicial review allows the court to assess the legality and fairness of the decision of the public authorities. The conflict erupted on September 8, 2025, when Commissioner Blake directing the POA chairmanship be vacated with him out of order self. In his sworn affidavit, he cited glaring contradictions and irregularities. Lie him a tell, just like how him a tell lie. You understand? And the crime figure about the murder rate gone down. You understand? The corruption, but the corruption so much up, you know. Kevin Blake, you know where yourself. The corruption is right around the corner now to mash up. Everything so settled. In the association, unaudited accounts and a failure to hold an annual general meeting since 22. Blake argued the move was managerial necessity to safeguard the funds, like you want to call the man now thief. Contributed over the 350 senior officers and was not done out of spite. It was done out of spite. That is how lie and wicked and vindictive you people are. You understand? You that try to protect the status quo of Andrew Holness, criminal corruption, you know, but go see how long you can protect it for. I am going to see how long you can protect it for. I am going to see if you, Blake, can stop the extradition. Try going there now and stop it. You understand? Because you know, big and bold. However, Cameron legal team argued the commissioner exceeded his legal authority by interfering in the internal governance of the incorporated body. Cameron further alleged the move was an act of political victimization. Yes, it is, Cameron. I do agree with you. It was an act of political victimization because they believe say you're a PNP supporter. So the commissioner want to move you. The commissioner believes say you are a PNP supporter. So they want to move you. Right? Because you're not seeing eye and eye with them. Well, you want no Blake. You know, try to put up your chest in the extradition. Me want you to try to stop the extradition. Stop it. Come out and stop it. You know bad? I'm not afraid of nobody. And retaliation for a grievance he had previously filed with the Office of the Service Commission regarding his promotion transfer. Take that document away on it. You see, let me tell you something. You think Father God asleep? Remember, we always telling us, say, God on time. God on time. Rope in melting pot. Come and know you want to deal with the case accordingly. Yes, brother melting pot.
Well, I mean, this don't come as a shock or a surprise to me, you know, as to what predicament the entire GSCF administration and member staff find themselves in, along with these two JDF personnel. Because we know for a long time that a lot of illicit drugs trafficking into Jamaica is orchestrated not by PSOJ members alone or politicians, but by personnel from within the GSCF and the JDF. And here it is, Thursday night, yeah, them ring was busted. You understand? In the Woodford Park area of Kingston 4, somewhere along Moore Street, yeah, where several vehicles was seen, you know, lightering, I have to use that remarks, yeah, with these men in close proximity. And upon investigation, yeah, because, people was tipped off, yeah, senior personnel from within the JCF rank was tipped off as to this, ring that was being carried out. Yeah, where participants from both the JCF and the JDF were there. And we're talking about senior participants from the JCF in the case of Inspector of Police. That is a senior rank,
And
But
deputy
these-
superintendent of police as well.
All right. You understand? So it's a senior rank member. You understand? And, them two little young JDF member, them find themselves, a part of this group of men who are, doing this type of illegal activity, where 12.5 pounds of cocaine was seized by DSP Madden as the arresting officer. And I have to commend DSP Madden for being bold enough to, carry out the work that was done. Because for too long, these men are been using the JCF and the JDF as a safety net for their illicit practice in Jamaica, doing all type of illegal activity, not just only in drugs-related circumstance, but in also robbery, rape, and as we know, one of the biggest problems, extrajudicial killing. They also have gang. You understand? And this
Government
is
badness.
just, well, that's how you have to rubber stamp it, Sir Byron. Government badness. You
Yes.
understand? Yeah. So, we have to look on this now as something that, is a serious breakthrough. And I mean, I only hope that, further investigation will lead to further arrests. Because it's not just this little small amount of numbers that are participating in this, This is something that has run systematically through the JCF and the JDF. You understand? Because, I mean, come on. Jamaica has become so much of a cocaine haven.
The
That a
melting
lot of
pot.
people,
Hold on the melting pot. From the deputy superintendent of police involved where that is concerned, top politicians, top members of police also involved. When you have the DSP, that is the deputy superintendent of police. And when you have that level, right? I have some names, and I am just holding on to those names.
yeah, I have to hold it.
Look on fast and said, no, but that's not.
No, we have to hold up on them.
Yeah, we have to hold up on them. We have to hold up on
Allow
them.
the investigation to run it.
Yes, President,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So as I was saying, more people, top level people, are involved in this ring of corruption. Yeah. But make we just slightly move away from that and look at what is happening now between SSP Cameron, Wayne Cameron, yeah, and Nasi Gugutu. I mean, I had film name, now no official recognition around here. So we just know him as Nasi Gugutu, Droopy. Yeah. Now we see where the court granted SSP Wayne Cameron permission to challenge Nasi Gugutu, aka Droopy, yeah, and remove him from, and so as to remove him from the chairman of the Police Officers Association. I welcome such a move. I welcome such a move. And I go and tell the people why I welcome such a move. You cannot have Droopy, yeah, holding so much post within the JCF when this guy shouldn't be even in the JCF. Remember, this guy committed an accident along South Camp Road, drunk as a bat. And because I'm in connection with Owen Ellington at the time, no brutalize was done on him. You understand? Though anywhere else in the world, him get kicked out of the force. In the UK, him get kicked out straight away. Canada, kick out straight away. USA kick out straight away. Only in Jamaica where they play this hanky-panky game. Retain them piece of garbage and elevate him up to the position where he currently sit. Yeah? Masquerading in the commissioner of police seat. You understand? And holding post as chairman of the Police Officers Association. Yeah? But here is him now. And we know him a criminal. Yeah? And him want to try to implicate SSP Cameron. Yeah, in a certain derogative terms, you know, like you want to belittle the man's integrity. You understand? Move the man, you know. Because him say him want to safeguard contribution of 350 senior officers. So technically I say, well then boy, you know, this man is a threat to what is there. But I would have more think I go to the threat if any farmer, you know, skull double if you go on. Because remember that engraving of DNA, you know. That engraving of them DNA, man, Ellington. You understand? And watch it now. The garbage to show you how them around the country. No general annual meeting since 2022 amongst the members. And he must cite it as, you know, lack of funding and all these things are for preserve funding. So you see the position where him take up, he might go like him and run Jamaica and the JCF, you know. This piece of wimpia where we are look on, this droop guy. You understand? Where we see him go on with all long in a watch over there, him should have lose him job. Him should have lose him job because him bring the commissioner's office into disrepute. He was seen in the company of a female spouse who does not belong to him, is a married woman. And they went out on this lavicious weekend expedition. And he was high on whatever substance, I don't know, whether liquor, water, or powder, I don't know what's going on or something. Him crash vehicle, mash up iron vehicle. You understand? And then you see some garbage policeman come on the scene and I give wrong report. Wrong report, you know. Like him was the passenger when him a drive. You understand? And I shield the woman from, you know, vision. You understand? But with camera pick her up. Now that woman and her husband mash up over Portmore because of this piece of garbage droop here. But him is a married man. Now in the state him gone. Me not ask. So me like how the walls come crushing down around them slowly but surely. You understand? Because these men are not credible, man. Who hold any high office in Jamaica. This is why I plague Jamaica with corruption. You have nasty garbage people sitting in high official seat, making, you know, drastic and erratic decision as it relates to how the country is being run and how the country is being policed. So we have to look on these people as incompetent, yeah, unprofessional, and just a load of garbage. And we have to clean it up. Garbage has to be cleaned up and move and dump somewhere. You understand? And I can't wait to see the back of this piece of shit commissioner here. A commissioner who has not addressed any activity that is being taking place within society that, you know, implicate his men who is under his supervision in terms of him being the commissioner of police. You understand? Because several high-profile shooting, no explanation. When him come out, all him do is threaten the citizens of the country. Yeah? Threaten the people in the country like him want to get them scared and timid. You understand? So you know, say enough fit the role. Him to go and we just ask it, you know, things just proceed along the line of a swift and quick investigation. And I yield back the floor to you, my brother.
All right. Thank you. Right. For that melting pot. I think one correction there here where Maxine Fraser said, mistake, it was the DSP who arrested the inspector. I think we have a misinterpretation there. So the inspector, it is the DSP who arrested.
No, I mentioned the DSP Madden as the arresting officer.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Of the individual. Yes, I did say that.
Okay. All right. Now, let me say this, right? That of course it is going to get worse, you know, as it relates to that level of police, right? Inspector, right? Going up, right? Involved. But this is bad as it relates to the entire police force, who just last week swinging on a false narrative talking about crime down. And here it is, redundant, right? Open disgrace, embarrassment for the Jamaica Constabulary Force and Andrew Holness administration. It is the same police officers who touting crime down. They are the ones who involved in crime. This is really, really an embarrassment to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Not every single person in the Jamaica Constabulary Force is bad. We know that, right? And we, you know, definitely applaud those hard-working police officers who mean the country well and providing solid service for the country, right? Don't put yourself in terms of my characterization of the force. I am speaking specifically to those who involve, right, in extrajudicial killings, right, telling lies to protect Andrew Holness, right, status quo of corruption and criminality, right? Now, it is clear that drug shipment and drug transshipment throughout Jamaica being facilitated by none other than some of the same police that is being caught up in this situation, right? And politicians, you understand, who know, looking into an extradition document for them to be extradited. And remember, people, let me put this straight. Don't believe that the United States is going to waste any time to go through extradition process, you understand, to send for low-level police officers and low-level politicians. No, they are not going to waste any time. Domestically, you can clean up that. When you see extradition come out, it is for the big wigs who shape policies and can create problems. So then I have to applaud. Just remember, you know, earlier we were talking and some people were asking what the United States was doing. And I was saying to those persons that, yes, United States and Jamaica as memorandum as it relates to dealing with drug transshipment and guns, right, and extradition process. And believe you me, I did not, when I was speaking earlier today, honestly, I didn't have one piece of information. I was just speaking as it relates to the process. And by the time I finish that live and start this live in between, I have gotten information. I have contacted relevant source who confirmed and admitted, yes, Mystic Sensation, it is true, right? I am saying this for the coming week can't look good on the Andrew Holness administration. I wonder what Big Mama has to say. Draws Davis, what to say? What are they going to say? Right, we see Bruce Golding, and let me say this now, because earlier when I spoke about Bruce Golding responding to the situation with Donald Trump, right? Knowing to the fact in terms of what I have now, I start to wonder, what was the reason for Bruce Golding to come out? Is Bruce Golding sending us signal that Andrew Holness in trouble? I am just asking the question then. I don't want the people them get wild, you know. I am just saying, is it a situation that Bruce Golding know a lot more to come And so then paving a way, right? Because let me tell you something. Let me say this from now. Majority of the Jamaican people, 90% of us, can't wait for Andrew Holness move. So there's nothing that no narrative can shape for that for people, you understand, different Andrew Holness. Right? No, we are not going to defend him. We know saying corrupt. We know saying corrupt. Right? That would be a relief on the Jamaican people. Jamaican people that lift up the man and say, hallelujah, thank God. Hang on. You understand? I am not saying, I don't want nobody misinterpret me. I'm not saying that Andrew Holness extradition is out for Andrew Holness. No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I am just speaking now, having all the information, and wonder as to why Bruce Golding all of a sudden came out. Bruce Golding could have remained silent and just, not saying anything. Right? What is behind him coming out and said what he said all of a sudden? And then look here now, what we are here. Watch out. Extradition out. You understand? For politicians, you understand? And some top level police officer. Remember, I want to tell you something, The extradition don't even, they deal with the inspector will get arrested. The extradition is not dealing with the inspector will get arrested. You understand? A low fish that. Low fish. A sprat. My wife say a sprat. The extradition come for the barracuda. Because trust me, Andrew Holness administration have pay barracuda in there, You understand? Be a barracuda. So the extradition come for barracudas, shark, and whale.
Can't take Big Mama's breath.
And whale. Freedom said they can't take Big Mama's brother. Freedom, boy, I love you. Freedom, I love you. Freedom, I love you so much, Freedom. What Freedom say? They can't take Big Mama as brother. No. Hey, look here. A whole heap of them get nervous. Me not ask them. Them get nervous. So let me say that. I do believe that Bruce Golding know much more than what we know, right? I am only saying that the extradition is true, right? And I have the information as it relates to politician's name, right? Who listed on the extradition, but me I hold it. You understand? But some people in that chat, I'm going to tell you how intelligent the people in the chat. They are. Because none of them in the chat, they try to pull out my tongue, For me call out the name, May I read through the chat and I say, what you think you get it out? You get it out of me tonight, You understand? Some of the people in the chat, you understand? Because I'm smart at them, You never try to pull it out. You understand? For me call the name, You don't now get the name them. But we go on a tip. Look for all of the politicians them. All of the politicians them where you see we over 200. And then now we under 150. And then politicians they involved. Look around you. All of the politicians them where you see we 250 pounds. Right? Couple of weeks about then we 250 pounds. And when you look upon them, you see them shrink down. Them reach about 150 pounds now. Yes. And them politicians, they're not going more than that. That's the tip. You have to figure out. You have to figure that out. All right. Now, having said that, right, let us go now to the Jamaica Labour Party think tank, spin machine, you understand, and big, I would say, tolerance to corruption, Big Mama and NNN. You understand? Let us visit over there and hear some of their growls, bragging and boasting about the general election. And we know that the general election was stolen, right? And you say, Father God, has his way to work. Time longer than rope. Yes, and God is the creator of all. It can't get greater than that. God and time. Time come. And that's why I always have my time come, the play now. I now let it go. I now let it go until Mark G, you understand, take up his rightful position in Parliament as Prime Minister of Jamaica. I will never ever stop play that song until Mark Bolin goes in Parliament as the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Remember me tell you. Now, let us lift up that document, right? And hear, I want to hear what they have to say now. Oh. Yes. Let me hear what they have to say. Me can't wait until Monday week, you know. Me is a cock to listen to them, you know.
Blessings, Bowler. Bless up yourself. Bowler said somebody call him. Somebody call me over here.
Bowler, big up yourself, Bowler. And people remember, you know, always endorse Bowler. You understand? Go over there and give Bowler all the loving that you can give him. Right? Bowler is doing some hard work as well. So Bowler, big up yourself. Let us hear the corruption enablers. Listen to him.
Of last year's general election, I penned an article in the Jamaica Observer outlining my observations and conclusion that truth prevailed in that electoral contest amid a torrent of fabrication and lies.
Wow. All right.
And I made the observation that while others narrowly focused on the immediate outcome of the contest, that's the fact that the JLP and
I hope you make the observation for the extradition document. I hope you're making the observation for the extradition document. You understand, as it relates to truthfulness. All right, you go ahead, go on.
Andrew Holness had won. I was more interested in what the victory meant for the stability of our democracy and the importance of truth and decency to that process. At the time, I thought voters stood guard over basic democratic ideals, certainly the fabled swing voters. Certainly they did, yeah? Those were my initial observations without the benefit of distance and time from the election. Now, having had the benefit of 4 months past, a new reality is beginning to reveal itself. The election was important because of its choice of experience and battle-tested leadership in an increasingly volatile and uncertain world. And that's important because we're waking up in a world that's being fundamentally reshaped. And whether you like Andrew Holness or not, and I've long been a proponent of the fact that you don't have to like the guy. You don't have to like him at all. But whether you like him or not, you have to admit that in these uncertain times, someone tested and proven is the best bet to navigate the turbulent global environment we now face. Without hyperbole, I think Andrew Holness was made for this moment. And in this moment, we must say to him, you must not fail. Consider the facts. A warming planet and changing climate has left this region, Jamaica, uniquely exposed to weather shocks. And
I hope Andrew Holness was made for this moment to deal with the extradition accordingly and don't hold it up. Go ahead.
Entirely outside of our control. Our infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals, and our people are threatened by ferocious hurricanes. So too are hard-fought economic gains threatened. When you step back and assess the situation without the political blinkers and colored lenses, who best to guide the country and push the international community than a leader who has been at the fore of the fight for climate justice at the highest levels of climate diplomacy? Holness has been that leader. Yes.
Hold on. Highest level of what? Let me ask you a question because my wife asks. How when last Andrew Holness clean the gully them? When last the drain them clean, you all dirty hypocrite, you all nastiness. Eh? Come with a mouth load of PR lies and deceit and 100% equal lie coming out of your mouth. Have you seen Andrew Holness have any good solid relief structure? You and along with others facilitating corruption and criminality, you are a disgrace to our nation. Go ahead, we are listening to you.
Not with fanfare, not with flamboyance or particular rhetorical flourish, but he has been there. Ask Antonio Guterres or Justin Trudeau of Canada.
Andrew Holness has been there. Yes, he has been there. And we have over $3 trillion unaccounted for. Because why? He has been there. And that is the reason why we have over $3 trillion unaccounted for. He has been there. That is the reason why his statutory declaration cannot be certified going over so many years. Yes, he has been there. He has been there when you see that $700,000 right, sent into Citibank. Yes, he has been there when he want to lie to us, to say it is Jamaican and not US. He has been there in all of that. Your piece of equal lie. Go ahead.
Holness is also ably assisted and supported by Matthew Samuda, a man who has been passionate about these issues from he was a boy. I think that combination of international experience and diplomacy and raw passion and zeal are important.
So since you talk about Matthew Samuda's zeal from when he was a boy, what happened to the zeal of the 4-year-old baby that Andrew Holness administration killed and want to separate themselves from that? Matthew Samuda was allowed to live his life, realize his dreams, that he can be a member of parliament. That little boy that being killed has the ability, the capacity as a human being to study, to reach great heights, and could be better than Matthew Samuda. Your administration and the administration that you support cut him short, deny him of it. You have no moral authority to speak about Matthew childhood when you are cutting off and eliminating 4-year-old for them not to realize their dream. I don't want to hear another word from you. Take him away on it. Not another word from you. And since you little old devil, the devil you are, let me tell you this. We are going to prove to you that the election was stolen. And so then you cement, right, with your articulation, trying to convert a crocodile into a sheep. A crocodile is a crocodile. Cannot be converted into a sheep. He's 100% crocodile, a reptile, a cold-blooded creature that you are trying to make him a sheep. He cannot be. He's not warm-blooded. He doesn't have the basis, right, and the genesis of feeling the warmth to deliver love. I want to know how hypocritical it is. The irony stakes so fast that you're willing to speak about Matthew Samuda, youthfulness, right? To what Matthew Samuda came and achieved because he was allowed to do that based on who Matthew Samuda was and who Matthew Samuda is. He allowed for his dream to be realized because of where Matthew Samuda is come from, Matthew Samuda connection. But why the 4-year-old in Granville, St. James was not allowed to realize his dream? He was cut away from any future, access for him to grow and realize, and of course, can become greater than Matthew Samuda. We want to hear nothing relish about Matthew Samuda. How are you going to compensate the parents for that little child that the wicked security force, and remember, we have good policemen. So excuse me for that generalization. Some wicked members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right, and that team who are taking away the life of that 4-year-old. Vicious, heartless. Now let us get into the other document and prove to them that Andrew Holness in a predicament. Now look on all what is happening to Andrew Holness. He's facing a Privy Council situation as it relates to Paul Buchanan. At the same time, you understand, extradition, right, that he has to now face to deal with, to navigate. Let us see how he's going to navigate that. The same thing that now had reached Bruce Golding, right? Deja vu 2.0 now reach you, Andrew Holness. You understand? You also have to deal with an extradition. Mighty goodness, man. The Jamaica Labour Party is a disruptive party. You understand? And people must stay as far away from it and put them in the political wilderness. You understand? For eternity. Now, let us bring up the other document. Right? Supreme Court. Now, let us show you that, of course, Paul Buchanan, right, is going to convert this win. And I said, bangarang for Jamaica Labour Party, bangarang a come, bangarang there. Let us play.
That's how the attorney representing the PNP's Paul Buchanan has reacted to the Supreme Court ruling, which dismissed attempts to overturn the election result for West Central St. Andrew. The Supreme Court refused an application for judicial review by Mr. Buchanan, arguing, among other things, that the application was not arguable. But Mr. Buchanan's legal team doesn't agree with the ruling and is already planning to appeal.
We are extremely shocked to see the way this matter has been dealt with.
Attorney at law Hugh Wildman on the Supreme Court ruling involving his client, the PNP's Paul Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan lost the West Central St. Andrew seat to Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness in the September 3 general election. Mr. Buchanan's legal team insists there were several breaches, but in September, the constituted authority refused an application to void the poll results. The matter was then taken to the Supreme Court. In Monday's ruling, Justice Sonia Wint-Blair said the court could not extend the time set down in laws governing elections. But for Mr. Wildman,
nobody's asking the court to do that. The law is clear. Time does not run against a nullity. If something is a nullity, it means that it never occurred. It is void ab initio. So if the matter had progressed as we had opted to progress to the election trial and to void it, and they made that announcement that the election is void, then time started to run from that time. So I don't understand how the court could have come to this conclusion.
The ruling also stated that the period during which the authority could have applied to the election court has passed, and any application is statute barred. In addition, the time frame outlined in the law is a knockout blow to the success of the application.
Can't be out of time. Within 9 days after the constituted authority rule not to send it to the election court, he filed an application for leave for judicial review. He came to me and I filed it. The law says he has 14 days to go to the constituted authority, and he went there in 9 days.
Still, the court stated that it's futile to compel the authority to make an application, and there is a need for finality in electoral matters. The court said the threshold test has not been surmounted and the application was not arguable. The constituted authority is an independent public body which decides whether a flawed election should be sent to the election court, which could void results. Mr. Buchanan has outlined several breaches, including double voting.
That person having voted, drop it in the box, come back for another ballot and say that ballot spoiled. I was given another ballot to go and vote by the presiding officer. These are serious breaches. We have examples where you have, that is a key one. Key one is where they had to leave the polling station because mass men jumping over fence in schemas taking over the polling station. You know? The issue here is, which the court should have focused on, are the breaches that were placed before the court sufficient to compel the court to have the constituted authority refer the matter to the election court? Because once you go there, we know the election will be voided. So the questions have not been determined up to now in this judgment.
In the meantime, the Jamaica Labour Party says the judgment...
There you go. I don't want to hear nothing from the Jamaica Labour Party. Right? Corrupted to the core. Right? So, there you go, my Jamaican people. To just say to NNN, right? Spin machine, that you cannot shape a crocodile into a sheep. And let me further cement why Andrew Holness is none other than a crocodile, a criminal. For those who don't like when I say he is a criminal, right? You only can just don't like it. There's nothing you can do. Mystic Sensation is saying that he is a criminal. Corruption. And so then, look at this. We don't mince our word over here. And we say it as a result of the data that we have. Now, let us lift up this other document, right? And let us prove, right, as to why NNN cannot shape Andrew Holness from a demon into an angel. You cannot shape a demon of Satan, right, into an angel. Can't be. Now listen to this. Why you can't shape this crocodile into a sheep. Listen to him.
I want to also clarify something that the leader of the opposition said. The investigations carried out by the Integrity Commission are at an end. I am not currently under any investigation. There were no findings of corruption or charges. The leader of the opposition continues to try to weaponize these things because that is the only crutch he has to stand on. I, Andrew Holness, am thoroughly transparent.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. I want to also clarify something that the leader...
Okay. So Jamaica must not believe that any file sent to FID
But remember, him did look far and wide and ask far and wide, and everybody said they were under investigation.
And now I don't understand what the Prime Minister does say. But no, say I'm a liar, you know. But in this lie, so now Andrew Wallace, no, I don't know investigation. And no, I don't know investigation. There is no file that's sent to FIT.
And the tax office of Jamaica.
Right? And there is no file that's sent to TAJ, Tax Administration of Jamaica. Right? And the investigation done with it. Now, so it's when I'm talking and saying that this man is a crocodile, is a reptile, is a demon. Believe it, no people. Believe it. Now, watch this. Let us get into the other clip. Let us get into the other clip. And let us see. Now, listen, people.
Andrew Holness is under investigations again pertaining corruption.
Burden when it comes to illicit enrichment.
Reverse burden? That sounds complicated.
It's not too bad. Usually it's innocent until proven guilty, right? Well, with illicit enrichment, it's flipped. The prosecution just has to show that you have more money than you should based on your income. Then it's your job to prove you got it legally.
So it's like, okay, you've got a yacht, but you make minimum wage. Explain that.
Exactly. And in this case, the Integrity Commission thinks Mr. Holness hasn't adequately explained his wealth, so they think the FID needs to investigate.
This is serious stuff. So what does this all mean for Mr. Holness? What are the potential consequences?
We could be talking criminal charges, big fines, even jail time.
Jail time. The Prime Minister.
It's possible, especially if those tax fraud allegations are true.
Wow. And even if he doesn't go to jail, this is a disaster for his reputation.
Absolutely. It raises serious questions about his judgment and his commitment to ethical conduct.
It's a good reminder that no one, not even a prime minister, is above the law. This whole situation reminds me of that other scandal with...
You know what? You're right. It does seem to fit a pattern.
Exactly. But we'll save that for another deep dive. Speaking of murky dealings, let's talk about that $50 million loan from Burita Investments Limited. That's where things get really interesting. So Burita Investments Limited, they're the ones who gave Imperium that massive loan, right? $50 million.
That's the one. And the report makes it seem like Burita may have bent the rules a little to make it happen.
Okay, give me the details. What did Burita do that has the Integrity Commission's attention?
Well, for one, they accepted a mortgage document for a property that, according to official records, isn't even owned by Imperium.
That's a pretty big oversight. What else?
It gets better. Apparently, they also approved the loan based on a verbal agreement with Mr. Holness. No paper trail, no formal documentation.
Now, I'm all for a good handshake deal, but not when you're talking about a $50 million loan to a company owned by the Prime Minister.
Exactly. And the Integrity Commission agrees. They're recommending that the Financial Services Commission, they regulate financial institutions in Jamaica, give Burita a thorough audit. They want to know if any laws were broken when they gave out that loan.
So now Burita might be in trouble too.
It's possible. And it just goes to show you, this isn't just about one man's finances. This is a whole web of connections, powerful people, companies, even government agencies. Makes you wonder what else is out there.
It really highlights how important transparency and accountability are.
100%.
Yeah.
The Integrity Commission needs the power to investigate these things, to follow the money and hold people accountable.
Because if not, it's like, anything goes.
Exactly. And people lose trust in the whole system.
It's a reminder that no one's above the law, right?
Absolutely not.
Expert speaker, this has been fascinating. Thank you for breaking it all down for us.
All right. There you have it. And he's saying that he's not under investigation. Can you imagine the hypocrisy, the bare fierceness of Andrew Holness, right? But I want to see how he's going to deal with this extradition coming from the United States. We want to see, interesting. We have to see what is going to happen in Parliament Tuesday. Quite interesting. If they call Parliament. Right? Okay. Let us bring Melting Pot in the space for Melting Pot input. Melting Pot. Melting Pot. Okay, Melting Pot is not hearing. I think something happened to Melting Pot system. So let us proceed where that is concerned. Right?
I'm ready.
Melting Pot, are you hearing us? Melting Pot? Melting Pot, the system is out.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Are you?
Speak again.
Speak again.
Yes. You hearing me loud and clear now?
Yes, all right. Yes, yeah. Go ahead and give us your
All right,
input.
maybe just adjust something here and come back to you. Carry on speaking a little bit. Let me just adjust back
Okay,
something.
all right, good. Okay. Now let us deal with a little history here, right? As it relates to some information that we are giving. Now, we tell Jamaican people that, right, Jamaica Labour Party, right, has no solid contribution to Jamaica progress. And I want to just show evidence, right, as it relates to the truthfulness of what we are talking about. Right, we have done the studies, and for people who want to speak the truth about the Jamaica Labour Party. But whatever progress that the People's National Party made, the Jamaica Labour Party will always tear it down. Always tear it down, right? They are just not a party that deals with the upliftment and the progressiveness, you understand, of Jamaican people. It just automatically that they don't want us to prosper. Now let us get into
how Jamaica's debt exploded under Edward Seaga. Not reduced, not stabilized, exploded.
Let us play.
No one talks about how Jamaica's debt exploded under Edward Seaga. Not reduced, not stabilized, exploded. Before the 1980 election, he promised a full economic reset. He opened up the economy, rebuild investor confidence, cut government waste, and bring back foreign investment. He vowed to create a fertile climate for foreign and local investment and make Jamaica the success story of the Caribbean. But a few years later, Seaga was blamed by US experts for Jamaica's poor economic outlook. They warned that the government failed to create the investment climate it promised. Washington was shocked. This was the man they backed to prove free market economics could work in the Caribbean. And while the reform stalled, Jamaica's debt skyrocketed. According to the ODI's study using IMF data, Jamaica entered 1980 already carrying around 120% of GDP in debt. But the IMF says that during the 1980s, the debt to GDP ratio shot up to near 200% of GDP. That's one of the worst debt spikes in the Western Hemisphere during that period. By 1989, economists say Jamaica's debt was around 150% of national income. External debt exceeded 200% of export earnings. So, while Jamaican politics in the 80s gets the most attention, Tivoli, the Cold War, Seaga versus Manley, the real story is the debt crisis. Because when Seaga failed to deliver the investment boom he promised, Jamaica was forced into decades of borrowing, IMF agreements, wage freezes, and slow growth that shaped life well into the 2000s.
All right.
No one talks about how Jamaica's debt...
We are showing the evidence of how the Jamaica Labour Party crippled Jamaica future. And I'm going to cement something tonight. Cement it tonight. You know what really egregious about the entire matter of the 1980? I want people to do their research right now on Google. It was Edward Seaga, particularly in 1983, when he called a snap election, have all the seats in parliament. People, listen to this. In 1983 to 89, Edward Seaga has all the seats in parliament, has no opposition, none whatsoever, not one. And in that period of time, Edward Seaga damaged the economy. You are going to tell me that Jamaica Labour Party, in the history of our politics, it has never happened to the PNP. The history of our politics, that in 1983, Seaga has all his members in parliament, no PNP, not one PNP in parliament with Edward Seaga. And you are going to tell me that at that time, you control the parliament, control the Senate, and you cannot pass laws or create social programs to build Jamaica, and you have all the powers in your hand. You don't have no opposition to go against you, to stop you, to fight you on any policy. And the Jamaica Labour Party did not do that. People, go back into your history. Go back into your history. Right? Jamaica under Edward Seaga, 1983. Go back into your history. Could not pass a bill into law that moved Jamaica in progress during those years when Seaga, JLP alone were in power. The amount of jobs that they cut, the amount of jobs, people lost their jobs. And you tell me that you have Jamaicans who don't know this history running behind JLP. These people who are running behind JLP, trust me, have no sense of purpose. No. They don't even want any common good for themselves. And if you ask them to imagine what that would be like, having a JLP party in power with no opposition, and you cannot pass policies or laws that push the country forward. You're worthless. Worthless past worthless. And we are struggling in terms of that. Now, I went further than just hearing that. I am going to pull a document coming from a JLP member of parliament, a senior mayor. I mean, a JLP stalwart who came out and confessed. My Jamaican people, let me show you this document where a JLP stalwart is coming out and said, no, what you are saying and the propaganda that you are spreading, you all know it's lies. Stop it. Stop it. The People's National Party had done well for the country. The man admitted that, yes, and we all know him. We all know him and know that this man bad for Jamaica Labour Party for most of his life. And he is coming out and speaking the truth. Mighty God, help us, the man. Now let us get into the document that you all can see it. And you know who that politician is. Now let us get into it. So what more do we want? And when we hear, you understand, them shit up in a pampas, people are over NNN. You understand, trying to defend Andrew Holness. He cannot be defended. Jamaica, here it is. Jamaica debunking the myths about the 1980s under Edward Seaga. Right? See him there? See the old cruff there? See him there? You see the wickedness in his face? Eh? This is the piece of flesh that hold back Jamaica and cause Jamaica to suffer. This is the person who brought us in debt. And yet, now we have a wickeder that come forward, which is Andrew Holness. Now, and let me show you. See who they talk here? Shalman Scott. See the people? Shalman Scott. Acquainted with the GLP. Now, here it is. Jamaica's economic management has taken a turn in fairly recent times and is returning to the very scenario that we have long passed in the 1980s. Shalman Scott is referring back to the 1980s. With all its compelling lessons, pains, and unprecedented pressures on our citizens. You hear what Shalman Scott say? You hear what Shalman Scott say? For the benefit of our young people and those who have forgotten that period, I will do a brief revisit so that there is greater clarity about what happened under Prime Minister Edward Seaga and the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, this is a stalwart Jamaica Labour Party person, you know, and a PNP write this, you know. Now, this article is not a get Eddie Seaga exercise, but a continuation of my attempt to purge our social, cultural, economic, and political history of lies, half-truths, omissions, embellishments, and the general dishonesty. So come and place in the reportage and recording of this history. This is what CNN, NNN need to understand. Big Mama and his confederates who's spewing lie for Andrew Holness. Shalman Scott is clearing it up for you all. In short, too much of our history, oral or written, simply lacks integrity. And he's rightly speaking that because what you see coming over NNN and the political period of the 1980s is no exception. I feel quite justified in writing about the facts of the period reference. As I recall and saw it, I do so dispassionately and objectively. I was the first mayor of the city of Montego Bay, JLP councillor for 13 consecutive years for the Rosal division in the parish of St. James. This is a Jamaica Labour Party stalwart is writing about the truth and want to correct the social norms as it relates to our young generation to believe the truth, the pure truth, nothing but the truth, 100% truth, so help me God. I was also regional supervisor for Western Jamaica and Ocho Rios for the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, and that's union spokesman and tourism. In addition, I was lecturer in Caribbean Trade Union History at the University of West Indies, School for Continuing Studies, Western Jamaica, the Jamaica Maritime Institute and the Jamaica Tourist Board, Visitor Information Section, Montego Bay area. So you are talking to somebody who is well educated, well advanced, well established, and well experienced. I was also visiting lecturer in the History and Social Science Department at the Northern Caribbean University, Mandeville, Manchester. Later on, I was host of the RJR program aired from Montego Bay called The Western Response, produced by veteran journalist and broadcaster Marlene Stevenson Daly. I have been a political analyst for multiple media platforms for over 33 years here in Jamaica and occasionally for the British Broadcasting Corporation. This man has high integrity, high credibility. He has no reason to fabricate any lies. I have also been a retired businessman in tourism since 2006. All this to most humbly make the point that I was and have indeed been in the thick of things from back then, and that I have always loved my country and its people who have done so much for me, even as I make my small contribution to it. And so I am continually grateful. That is why I write particularly for succeeding generation, including my own dear grandchildren, because they need to know the truth. What I have been hearing about this period of the 1980s and the impression that the narrative conveys is not only a steep stretching of the truth of what transpired, but the misleading of the young people in particularly is of concern to me, and therefore I am compelled to act, to shape the narrative of lie, to shape the lies coming out of NNN, to shape the lies coming out of Revo, to shape the lies coming out of Andrew Holness' mouth, to shape the lies that coming out of the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, begin. Edward Seaga total political life did not begin and end with this period of the 1980s. While that period is focus of this article, overall, there are some positives to Seaga's political life. So the man is not, you understand, being biased, right? He's speaking as an open book, which have been amply recorded in many places, including work such as the production of books by him. Considered by some to be a bright man, Seaga has played no small role in the institutional building of this nation, and I admire him for not being a politician who sought to feather his political nest financially as far as it appears. Now, some people would trust him to keep their dollar, but he also was far from being a saint, and that side of his personality, political activities and utterances, continued to make some people feel uncomfortable, and his tit-for-tat policy made others cringed. Sound familiar? Andrew Holness doing the same thing. Tit-for-tat. To now hear all the nonsense being peddled about the period of the 1980s just won't cut it, and I will not allow the purveyors of the rubbish to have a field day uninterrupted, and taking more than a cruel advantage of those who have forgotten, those who were too young to recall, and those who were born after this period. This article is dedicated to them, especially as my contribution to their clarity relative to our political history in particular. People want to listen keenly, you know. It is not intended to be an anti-Seaga article, but historical facts about a specific time in our political journey as a nation. This period within the context of the history of the international economy was called the second glided period. The first glided period was known as the Great Depression of 1929. The second gilded period manifests itself in the form of an international debt crisis, with a universal political response of structural adjustment in the form of reconfiguration of the economies of less developed and undeveloped economies, particularly the response from the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Paris Club was debt rescheduling, restructuring, and debt forgiveness. The finance minister of Mexico in 1982 announced that Mexico would unilaterally reschedule its debt in the first flagging of the enormity of the crisis. The two oil price shocks of the previous decade, coupled with the program of economic destabilization, which incorporated the flight of capital and massive closure of business and loss of jobs, created monumental damages to the tune of 30% loss of the GDP of the Jamaica economy. By 1976, the BOJ ran out of reserves, reflecting a negative balance which lasted for the next 20 years, ending in 1996. This is the hand that Seaga was dealt, and which he enthusiastically shuffled the deck as the paramount local political agent of the process of destabilization. And he claimed, therefore, that the 1980s was a period of progress is one of aggravated dishonesty. You know what the man say? Externally, there were serious tensions in the world. These including the Iranian Revolution of the 1979, the Iraq-Iran War of the 1980 to 88, the continuing conflict and tension associated with the Arab-Israeli War in the previous decade, which precipitated contortions and distortions and the reconfiguration and of the structure of the Jamaica economy in the 1980s. Now, hear this. Seaga lost control and became more of a reactive functionary rather than a proactive and transformational leader. The man is speaking the truth about Edward Seaga. Seaga lost control and become more of a reactive functionary rather than a proactive and transformational leader. He responded to the challenges of the crisis with abrasiveness, insults, and threat against the Jamaican people. You hear that? Sounds familiar? Andrew Onus is doing this thing. Let me read back that over. Seaga lost control and became more of a reactive functionary rather than a proactive and transformational leader. He responded to the challenges of the crisis with abrasiveness, insults, and threat against the Jamaican people. In 1980, when Seaga came to power, the Jamaica debt to GDP ratio was 63%. People want to know, listen to this. Good. The debt ballooned to 262% of GDP in 1989. You hear that, people? Shalman Scott is talking the truth. Hear it. In 1980, when Seaga came to power, the Jamaica debt to GDP ratio was 63%. But Michael Manley handed over to Seaga. I want the Jamaica Labour Party people them to come and see this. This did not written by a People's National Party politician. This had been written by Shalman Scott, a stalwart of the Jamaica Labour Party, speaking the truth, that the truth must be told, not NNM. Disguising the truth, concealing the truth, telling lies, try to paint a crocodile into a sheep. The debt ballooned to 262% of GDP in 1989. Mighty goodness. Which represents an increase of 315.8% in Jamaica's indebtedness over the 9-year period of the JLP Seaga administration. On a run go call Big Mama. On a tag Big Mama and Charles Davis. They don't want to speak on these things. They don't want to tell Jamaicans the truth. But because their lips are sweetened, because they are eating out of the trough, because they are getting the gravy, the curry, the spices, they decided to double themselves into corruption. They decided to sell their souls to the devil. They decided to defend the Jamaica Labour Party as a result, because they are eating out of the trough. Any single-digit growth in the economy in the face of the growth in debt was of no particular significance and consequence. It must be noted that the source of the terminal growth over the period was primarily due to a reduction in oil price in 1986 and beyond. Contrary to popular belief, this was not due to any successful investment projects, nor any new investment apart from sweatshops, right? Sweatshop jobs in the garment industry. Right? Now take it away on it. We just want the people to know the truth about the Jamaica Labour Party. That the Jamaica Labour Party damage our future. Now, melting pot, what say you on the indictment that you have heard as it relates to Shalman Scott?
Well, what Shalman Scott has mentioned is something that we have spoken about on several occasions. And I mean, you know, it's just for the fact that a lot of Jamaicans are not reading. Well, apparently there are no books, there are no educational system to, you know, educate these young people who were young at the time and some who weren't born, yeah, and who have been brainwashed by Andrew Wallace's administration into believing that the 80s under Seaga was the best period. You understand? But we fundamentally know that was a lie. And so Shalman Scott, as a stalwart Jamaica Labour Party supporter, but a man of integrity, did the ultimate thing but to just put it in literature for everyone to read. You know, and I mean, that is the full context of what took place during that period of time. I mean, the GDP moved from 64% to skyrocketed to 200 and something percent and 263% under Edward Seaga, a massive increase of over 300%. And so that was a big setback in the growth and development of Jamaica. And I mean, under the Seaga administration, a lot of things at the shop were married. I mean, flour and stay free and all those commodities. I mean, it was such a shambolic and a debacle at the time. And I mean, that's when Jamaica, you know, as a country, started to go down this rocky, slippery slope. And I mean, it's hard to come back up. Under the People's National Party administration, led by former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, Jamaica rebounded to the extent where the Patterson administration completely wiped out all our debt and put us back on a path of growth. And, you know, what happened after that? No time after that, Bruce Golding and Andrew Wallace's administration, I mean, plunged us back into the same precipice and left us down there for dead. Mama P, along with Peter Phillips and Mark Jefferson Golding, had to be the stalwart behind the force of, you know, reviving back Jamaica economy and to get some semblance of foreign exchange back into the economy. And, you know, it was something of a disaster where even IMF at one point in time didn't want to engage in any form of conversation regarding negotiation of new loan and deals. And I mean, it also took counterpart from within the United States. I mean, Maxine Walters, as a congresswoman, she couldn't even do it on her own. She had to sought help from, I mean, distinguished people within the United States to lobby on behalf of Jamaica, our counterpart that went there. You understand? Our delegates, rather, that went there. So, you know, it was a period of time that was very much of uncertainty within the economy and within the structure of government in terms of having money to put forward a budget to get the country moving again, because the country was stagnated, you know. Under Bruce Golding, Andrew Wallace's administration, country was stagnated. And what was remarkable, even when the IMF finally come to the aid, they expected Jamaica to fail. But under the superb guidance of Portia Lucretia Miller, yeah, and her member of parliament, Jamaica was looked upon as a, you know, first-class model for third world country in terms of honoring IMF agreement. So that's where the whole fiscal discipline was put into place. So I'm glad that, Mr. Scott really come out and shed some light on that. But I want to go back and dust over a few other topical discussion that went by because of my inavailability to speak on the matter. Now, first, I just want to say to you, Sir Mystic, that prior to me coming on in the afternoon, I was given a heads up as it related to the extradition that, was served upon the Jamaican administration.
Yes.
And it contained several members of parliament of the Jamaica Labour Party. I must make that categorically clear.
Melting pot. If you have, don't speak out any names,
No, come on, Sir Byron, man. You don't have to tell me that, man. I'm fully aware of that. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. I'm just gonna call category. I'm not applying any name. Senior member of the GSCF and members from civil society are on the extradition list that has been served by the United States Department. Yeah, but one thing we must look at, who came out in their defense. None other than Bruce Golding. It seems like him always be the one to speak when it comes to extradition from people from within the Jamaica Labour Party. He has that role of responsibility, it seems like. So I just want to, just shed some light on that. Now I want to move on to this garbage. Cleveland, nasty Simit from outer Big Mama Hatchery. Yeah. Chatting shit, vindicating the GLP, stealing up the third term. That's what I have to label it as. Yes. And endorsing Andrew Holness as the man with the proven track record to govern Jamaica. What a piece of audacity. I mean, this guy don't have to come out and speak on behalf of anyone, in regards to the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Holness. Because everybody, even locally and internationally, know what took place on September the 3rd. It wasn't a swing vote piece of shit, as you proclaim it to be. Nothing about swing vote. Any swinging a go on a uno up a Big Mama swing from limb to limb. Draws Davis and the whole of uno.
They swing from what?
Limb to limb.
I love that melting pot.
And I ride dildo taxi day and night. You understand? No, you see them always, get me upset, Because when them come out and a try for, plaster, lies all over, we have to come out and call them out for the garbage that them is. You understand? But we know this guy, he might eat out of the trough. You understand? But the trough going empty soon. I wonder what I'm going to do. Because time has come.
Yeah,
I will know so the whole I'm going to feel it.
Melting pot, hold it there. We have a caller. Let me just engage a caller. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Good night, Sir Byron.
Ah, you're well. It's a lucky thing. So me see you in the rear view mirror and stop and pick you up. All right.
This is a little piece of article you just read a while ago.
Yes.
Right? And I keep saying one thing about my party. So I'm a big stalwart Jamaica for Justice and the People National Party.
Yes.
All right, put that aside.
All right.
But my problem with my party, right, is that we sit down all the time and listen to this labor right, spewing all these lies in front of our face.
So true.
And we never say anything about it. Right? And what I think I learned, a particular history that I think that Adam Hitler said, in the somewhere born in the 1950s or somewhere, he would say if you tell a lie long enough and long enough, eventually you will start to believe as truth.
Exactly.
And I think all of Jamaica, well, the majority of Jamaicans have listened to this Labour Party, especially the big nose one there. Right? I don't know which sensible person in their right mind can look at the FinSac operation, the FinSac that come into place to save Jamaica economy. And this Prime Minister, well, they call him, they want to give him the title, but so they say. Right?
Call him Bubble Nose
The
Baba.
only thing that they,
Call him Bubble Nose Baba.
yeah, man, they might just discuss, man. We don't like, we don't do the program, but they like hearing him talking, but we do not do film talking, so we plug up the TV. Because we like hearing the man talk. The man don't have little in our mouth to say. More than lie and garbage. But away from that still, let's get back to it. We have to now devise a strategy. We don't try to counteract him by way of say. But we want to speak the truth to the Jamaican people. These people are a bunch of propagandists, sellouts. I think we start to tell the Jamaican people that these are the people who first introduced gun into our country for political gain. Right? What I say about Mantra was that if he can win the election, he must either win the election either two ways, either by the bullet or by the ballot. And then bringing violence in politics in our country. And we don't think of all the people down there up here. And we need to start tell the truth for what the truth is. It says that when good men don't speak, evil prevail. We can't sit down and support something. I mean, you play one since that we're talking about. If you listen, if you don't know who the man is talking to, you don't think and the man will die on the cross for your sin.
Exactly.
You understand? How can anybody sit down and listen to them kind of garbage there? If the man was born for such a time as if thief for money. Have we people that must suffer why there's no more and give $400 million to fix 8 classroom?
Crazy.
Eh?
While film big mansion only cost 50 million.
And this is the best. And this is the best thing. This is what you vote for, September 3rd, because the man was right for the job. And this you call leadership that is caring for your people. Come on. Our name John Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Our name John Davis.
No.
Cleveland Smith.
Cleveland Smith.
And where you come from?
And a big mama. And a big mama.
Oh, sir.
All right, brother. You're right. All right. Bless up yourself. All right. Cool. All right, Melting Pot. Proceed. Sorry to cut you.
Yeah, man. I will love when caller with,
all right,
wide range of knowledge call the program and can add a little bit of, knowledge to the proceeding. Yeah, but even when I go to my place of where I prepare my food, and have a cup of tea, I listen to the program because I just switch over upon the laptop and I hear Andrew Wallace say something that where marvel me. Where Andrew said, Mystic said, in my integrity commission now sort out them business.
Yes.
Him don't get nothing from them.
Lie.
Me tell you, say this guy is a pugnacious liar, Very pugnacious. Yeah. Because Integrity Commission FM never know Melting Pot tell them say this guy can't certify from 1998. And that is a 100% fact. He can't certify because there is several things that he omitted from the Integrity Commission. And one other clip that you were playing, that was, pointing out what constitutes someone to be under such scrutiny and investigation is that what we call unexplained wealth. When the Integrity Commission check your salary status and it show a certain number, and when them do the maths in terms of your living expense and your overhead expense out of your wages, them supposed to be looking at a certain figure. But when them people over Andrew Holness over the stack with numbers of proportion that cannot be explained. So under no circumstance can Andrew Holness sort out this discrepancy that is around from 1998 with the Integrity Commission. Andrew Holness is a serial pugnacious liar and must not be trusted in a no quarters given in a Jamaica. Andrew can't even talk to the insane people them on the road because them not going to believe him, As much as them not have common sense to come to terms with the commonality how we are going to the country. Them just wouldn't believe him by the spiritual binding that the Almighty will cast over these insane people. Right away, them get sense. Them now believe that piece of garbage. You understand? What a man can tell lie. What a man can tell lie. So we are going to see the outcome with him and the IC. Then Andrew, if everything clear up, why you are pursued so much justice in your favor against the Integrity Commissioner? Why? Why you start to clear up a certain part of the law that is in Integrity Commission, Section 14? Why you want to tamper with Section 14? Hey, Andrew Holness, one of the biggest mistakes you make. Because remember you used to applaud the Integrity Commission, But one of the biggest mistakes where you make and you don't even know is when you feel you member them to sign the code of conduct. You don't even know say that draw down this.
Goes to premeditation.
Yes. That is a concept of premeditation. Even the blind can see it. So Andrew Holness don't have no credence, as it relates to coming out and speaking in his favor and speaking against the Integrity Commissioner. Andrew don't have no form of credence, my Jamaican people. This man, it must be put away for a mighty long time. Because it's bad enough when you're a criminal. But I'm going to tell you what is worse. Is when you're a liar. When you are a serial liar like Andrew Holness, that is a recipe for disaster anyway. Even in your home, if you live with someone in your home and that person continue to lie in regards to the things what them do and want to move the blame to somebody else, it's a big problem. That called breakdown within the home. You understand? So in an Andrew Holness case, Andrew caused a breakdown within Parliament and within society. Because most of the time, the right business of a speaker mentioned in the Parliament can't mention because of Andrew Holness corruption. If it just did they try to sort out this guy corruption because it's a high level of corruption. We have followed this guy. So the people business, the people of fear get shut out because of Andrew Holness corruption of fear. But remember the Parliament from the other side, after you try sort out to gain some traction and some clarity into this guy behavior. But we can't get nothing from him because he is a pugnacious liar. So we have to just leave him to a Privy Council. We are trim him down to size when him got Privy Council. Because remember, the entire Jamaican, who watch Strike 5 up against Isaac Buchanan at Privy Council was very shocked as to how Strike 5 become a novice, a DPP that project herself to be this Lord and mistress over all case was made to look ordinary over the Privy Council. So you see the mighty bro God. Hey, when them done with him, you know, a bro devil that. Well, we don't know him a bro devil, but we are going to give him full status as bro devil. We are going to rubber stamp him. Because me, I tell you, you know, me can't wait for that day afternoon there too, you know, because it now last more than 2 days. People are cut and dry. So Andrew Holness, your, you know, dominance in a Jamaica of telling lies to the society. We are bring that to a crescendo. You understand? Well, we just get rid of you once and for all. And the members, them, yeah, who you have? The sperm whale, them, call your club big, you know. You have sperm whale, you have some mouthpiece, yeah, you have some haters, you have all type of garbage. The whole of them, me don't know what got to them. Because them I run out and I defend you, you know. I remember Andrew Wallace. No one can defend you. Not even you can defend yourself. That's why you turn lunatic with the IC. That's why you turn lunatic, because Jamaican people want to know the amount of event where you participate in. A corruption event in Jamaica. You can't even remember some of them. That's why you don't have no much tax you start out with. That's why your father come counteract it and say, no, I lie, you tell her 30 and you have more upon the wharf to come off. All these type of things. With the 47 million there. Eh? Right now, we don't see nowhere in the affidavits where you mentioned about the 250 truck where you have, you know. Yeah, I want the people to look on that. I remember all of the Ponzi scheme, them you never tell I see about them there. But I see learn of your involvement in them. And know how much you invested in them by looking at the spreadsheet, the summary coming out of these institutions. You understand? With ties to National Commercial Bank, with ties to Citibank, yeah, with ties to Jamaica Money Market Bank, yeah, with ties to Berita, all them 50 million loan where you get, where you don't declare to the IC. So you're in a shit pit, right up to your neck. You can't barely breathe right, you know, you soon sink further. Shit soon cover the whole of you. So I yield back the floor to you, my brother.
All right, melting pot. Always on point. Right? Let me say this, Jamaica. It is certainly not going to look good for the Jamaica Labour Party as the week progresses ahead. Right? We are going to be hearing more about the extradition. Right? They are going to be pressured as it relates to reveal information relating to politicians who involved into this extradition process. And based on what I'm seeing, it's definitely a roller coaster ride. Okay, let me just speak to Sister Pat here. Sister Pat, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good night again.
Good night, sister.
Blessing.
Yes.
You know, she tough stand and begging nurse to come back. Now she say the JLP wall a crumble. Hey,
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In a look like big paper, asking the nurse to come back. After me, if me didn't get the privilege to go study so hard, sacrifice out there, work people, I help people and can't get through that. Me go to Canada anyway, me go. I live good, decent life regardless of the little cool. I never come back here. Tough that I didn't get any woman, everybody would have to go because we work. And I go ask them, we'll give them better compensation. When they have a Cuban them out there, then send them home 2020. He tell them, say, if you go on, if they want, go on. No, you come back them back. You see?
Mm-hmm.
The higher the monkey climb, the more exposed. But me tell you, Isaac Buchanan said, God on time.
God on time.
God on time. When you and Mark Golden said, when the right time come, and the right time is coming, so we know some young man beg God, give me health and strength.
Well, Sister P. Sister P. Sister P. I wouldn't say the right time is coming. It is here. It is here.
Yes.
It is here.
And when they come for such man, I want to have a Guinness or a drink of white rum.
Aye.
And when I shake up my whole waist, I put on and come up back. I say, hip hip. Hooray! Jamaica come back. Hip hip.
Ah.
Hooray! Freedom at last.
What a day that shall be.
Freedom. Oh, what a day that will be.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Well.
Yeah, man. Me then down class are taking everything. And me say me a thank you again.
All right.
Teach we the Jamaican people. We hold on tough and we don't talk a idiot. But no, we don't work with knowledge and not only telling we, but the facts is there to go and look for yourself. Oh God, what sweet, man.
Yes.
Sure. Right now, people nurses can help me out here. You want cask where you use. People bang up one well, and never get some of them, you know. Some cask, like an English cask. Can I tell you, people are going to nurse themselves in a parliament, you know. None of them can't sleep. Because they don't know when the hour or the second. Them don't know. They must shut up themselves right now. I mean, no, we the people, them are oppressed.
Yes.
It will be that chicken back and we go calalo. So we prayers and we are sleep in peace. But them can't sleep and they have a bag of money. Big house, big car, luxury.
And can't sleep.
Still have your watch. Oh.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Come back at class.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Sister P. Blessings. All right. Wonderful. Always wonderful, to have Sister P calling on the program and voice our input. But as I said, I want to, we could just try to shift the program and convert the program into a calling program right now, based on what is happening. Right? Let me just come off of the original settings. I want people to call in and we interact because there is a new wave of destruction that is coming to Jamaica now. So we are anticipating calling. We are switching program to people calling. You understand? And vice their thing. Now, on the surface, and
well, on, Sir Byron.
Yes.
Sir Byron, hold up there a little bit. I want you to change the narrative from a new way of destruction to a new wave of solution. We can't get no more destruction than we get already. No, this is a new wave of solution.
All right. Okay. Yes. Yes. All right. Thank you, Melting Pot. So that's what Melting Pot saying, that of course we have a new wave of solution coming. On the heel of this, right? I honestly know that the Jamaica Labour Party, every member of the Jamaica Labour Party, right, is now shaking in their boots, right? I know that they will have an understanding. Okay, see the calls start coming in, right? All right. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
All right. Good evening,
Good.
Mr. Byron and Miss Anne-Marie and Melting Pot.
Blessings.
Good evening, madam.
I'm tired, but I have to keep up. I'm trying to keep up to watch what's going on.
Yes.
And yes, watch what's going on. I want to bring you back to about 3 years ago.
Yes.
Yes, 3 years ago, there was a cop, a female cop.
Yes, who had got caught for drugs in the United States.
This female cop, hold on, let me turn down this TV. I'm sorry. This female cop was locked up in Florida.
Oh, yes.
She came off on vacation.
Yes.
On a visit, I don't know what it was, but she was locked up in Florida. And while she was locked up, they took her to one of the hospitals down there, and they gave her, your wife is a nurse, so she knows, they gave her an enema or something like that. And she pushed out like about 90 packages of whatever was in the drug. So I'm bringing you back to that to tell you that that is a cop, and during that thing, everybody was saying that she is going to sing. So based on what you were saying during the beginning of the program, I called somebody today, and I said to her, I have a feeling that just like what happened to Maduro, I have a feeling, and I'm praying that they will take down. I wish Andrew was in Maduro's space. Anyway, I couldn't believe when I turned on the TV, you had started about a few minutes. And I couldn't believe when I turned on the TV this evening what I saw. I said, how did I come out with that out of my mouth today? This, we've been talking for 2 years now. Say that woman is going to sing. Even during the election last year, I said, I want the woman they sing. And I want she call, who name.
Yes.
The despot. I want her to call his name because I want him first to go down. But it's coming. Toria come to bomb.
Yeah, I know who you're talking.
Thank you for enlightening us.
I know who you're talking.
Because this man, he is talking about me not afraid of nobody. Will we see who you're going afraid of when they carry you up a South Dakota?
All right.
And that's my little take on it, because Jamaican people think that they have a king. He's no king. He's a despot and a wicked piece of boy who don't care about anybody else beside him and Juliet.
Exactly. All right.
And I hope I'll be able to. I have a doctor's appointment on Tuesday, but I hope I'll be able to watch Parliament if it opens. If them open it with all going on to see what is going on. But let me tell you something. All those flight attendants and all other people who came up with and then catch them and lock them up in Miami and all the other places, those people are singing. And this is where, because that woman was in the police force for years.
Yes.
And they caught her because if you read the paper when they were talking about it, they said this woman has been visiting the US I don't remember, but more than 6 times for the year. They said she was visiting. So they were watching her, but they waited until that particular moment to take her down at the airport. And from Jamaicans, from people in Jamaica, and from people all over the diaspora, they were in a chat room one day and they said, oh, this canary is going to sing, and some of them waiting. She going to sing and tell them all the big fish. Today is the day.
Yes.
Maybe it's not she alone, but others in there, and the whole of them going to sing. All in Basco Bell something, and the other airport, then when them a catch them a carry through, and everybody get to scotch free, and no, hear about no lock up. Things are come up to bump. And some of them have diarrhea tonight.
Well, oh boy. Well, Carla.
Thank you for allowing me to give my 2 cents.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Byron and Miss Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. But I was waiting for this moment, and I can't wait until they catch the big fish.
Well, the big fish already got caught. Matter of time. All right, my sister.
One of them have to implicate Andrew. Me want him out of Jamaica in figure South Dakota, go see how cool it is up there.
All right.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Blessings, my sister. All right.
Blessings.
All right. But Melting Pot, I heard you said something earlier that I'm going to piggyback on because it is important.
Yeah.
Right? In terms of, because we have 63 members of parliament. And what we see the Jamaica Labour Party administration has been doing, because we are anticipating for parliament to open this Tuesday. Right?
Right.
But if you notice what the Jamaica Labour Party is doing is shaping the narrative as it relates to what they want to speak about in Parliament and not what the Jamaican people wanting to hear.
True.
Right? Because for Tuesday Parliament, right, we would like to hear situations about the new development as it relates to the extradition. Many
Definitely.
Jamaicans would want to hear that, right? I know that you and I have certain intel and others have certain intel that we don't want to speak until, because we want to make sure that, you know, it is what it is, right?
Definitely.
Now, having said that, right, this is going to cause some turmoil into the Jamaica Labour Party, no doubt. None doubt. And just imagine, you know, remember, while this is happening as it relates to an extradition, you understand, process that is now on the horizon, remember that the Integrity Commission investigators, right, as it relates to FID, right, investigating anti-owners, administration. But when you look at it, melting pot, I mean, everything is just coming in. You understand? Right. Crushing at them. You understand? Yes. Because of the level of corruption, melting pot. You understand? So, that, take over the Jamaica Labour Party. I mean, Andrew Wole should have known that at some point in time, all of this, you understand, would come to a conclusion. And the conclusion is not going to be pretty. Right? Because when you look and you see, as it relates to the high level of corruption, you understand, more than $3 trillion unaccounted for, and they don't want people to speak on it. Right? If you speak on it, you understand, it is like government badness and all of that. You know, the sort of bullyism, people are scared, and, you know, is extended that, you know, and I mean, you have some people who coming out, who are getting paid, who are eating out of the trough, like the former DPP, right, who had sat on certain investigation, right, and don't want to proceed with them, right? Now, again, worst case scenario, in terms of everything what is going on, what you see now, melting pot, you have now seen that also SSL situation, right, is now coming to the fore. And even although that the SSL situation is coming to the fore, they are still trying to corrupt the investigation, because if you notice, melting pot, Mark Croskery has not been charged. And exactly. Mark Croskery is a very active director in SSL. And he was the one who, again, right, who collected all the big bucks. He was the wealth advisor, you understand, for all them and those. So it is turbulence for the Jamaica Labour Party, right? Turbulence for the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, again, we are asking, based on what is happening, and you know what I want to see, melting pot?
Yeah.
How umbrella group of church are going to respond, right, to this sort of extradition. How the private sector of Jamaica is going to respond, you understand, on the heels of this extradition. It can't look good. It can't look good. And you see, we are here and we are telling people that anything that coming out of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, Mystic Sensation, is going to reject that. Right? And the reason for me to reject that, because it is how corrupted that this Jamaica Labour Party is. Even as early as today when I was speaking, never have the information what I have now. Right? I was speaking on the high level of corruption. Right? And, you know, I am happy that we are finally getting a breakthrough. Right? Because some of these JLP operatives, you know, no matter what me and you are saying, you understand, they want Andrew owners to stay in a power because they are getting benefit. They are normalizing corruption. We're not looking at Big Mama, right? And the one what we just listened to, what is his name again, melting pot?
Cleveland Smith. Cleveland Smith.
When you look and you hear the things what Cleveland Smith is saying, right? You have to define that as the normalization of corruption.
Definitely.
You think that Cleveland Smith doesn't know that, okay, is a corrupted regime? You believe that Cleveland doesn't know that the Andrew owners, you understand, had stolen the general election? He had stolen the general election. Not too about it. We had seen evidence where policemen, right, in Bobby Montague constituency went and took away the ballot box and drove away the ballot box and where, you know, people were running down the vehicle. We had seen all of that.
Yeah.
We had seen all of that. Bobby Montague shouldn't have won a seat.
No.
Right? If by vote and commit mayhem and atrocity to interfere with free and fair general election. Right? We have solid evidence of that. Solid evidence of that.
But Sir Byron,
right? You're coming right in, Paul.
You know, we don't get the word as it relates to 10 seats where them are protect, you know. Bobby Montague was one of them.
Yes.
You understand? So that's why police did have to run with the ballot box and concerned electorate was chasing after them and calling for help back up. I tell you exactly where I'm going. No, all them things there, you know. Remember them things they show over the entire world, you know. Through social media, because mainstream media will not show these things.
Exactly.
But I know for a fact, so the BBC through them satellite imagery, they were watching what was unfolding. And they even had journalists on the ground in Jamaica. I don't know if these people in Jamaica knew about that, but I can vouch for that because I watched the event of election day on my television morning news. So, I mean, you know, I don't know what them thinking of when them carrying out these type of illicit practice. But I know the leader is a guy who make him ego get the better him at all time. You understand? And I know he's going to cock up. And he really cock up. You understand? Him expose himself. And so there is no defense for the indefensible. You understand? Him can't mount a defense where this is concerned in a Privy Council because it was a widespread corruption on the day of the general election. Not just one parish, several parishes was affected. Rhoda Crawford, yeah, her councillor lost their seat in the local election. And lo and behold, Rhoda Crawford win her seat as a MP handsomely. What can go so? Juliet Wallace lose her seat, you know. Up to last week, a brethren, when me know but me never even know say from up there, so him come from up at Juliet ends. And me hear the man a burn out Juliet and Andrew Holness. And me I look upon him and I say boom bam bam, and the man I say, yo, up at my place, you know, and me hear everything we go on, you know. And me I say, okay, I'm glad you know too. The man say, yeah man, them robbed the election up there. You understand? So it was a widespread corruption on the day of the election. And I mean, people have to pay for that, you know. People have to pay for that. So me, you know, like the fact, oh yeah, mention everything happen all at once. Well, one thing me have to tell the people, you know.
Hold on there. Let me just back up in terms of what you said there and show the people, you understand that clearly the general election was stolen. This is Bobby Montague constituency. Look what happened, people. I can remind you of this. Right? Yeah,
Vine did not lose Western Links DLIT from him. The Orville Woodbine did not lose Western.
No, there you go, melting pot.
Yeah.
Right?
You can, hey, Byron, that look awful, you know. Police are run from civilian with ballot box.
and you see what I mix up in a door?
Yes.
Understand? An extradition involving high-ranking police. Well, high-ranking police have to involve in the stealing of the ballot box too, you know.
Of course.
High-ranking police, and this is what Andrew Holness. That's why I said when you see the commissioner of police coming out and talking about reduction of crime, Jamaican, don't listen to it. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. You understand? Because he is working for Andrew Holness. He helped to also, you understand, involve in election irregularities for Andrew Holness. Because don't you dare believe that him not have knowledge. You understand that several ballot boxes been stolen. Right? Kevin Blake have that knowledge. Right?
Yes, man. Yeah. So I like how you shape the narrative as to how everything coming to come all at once. Well, it's one thing I know. Where melting pot is concerned, any pot go up on fire and a blaze under the fire for this long period of time, the gravy must turn to stew. A stew, the gravy are turned to now, you know. Yes, man, this is stew, you're nice. Jamaican people, come with a spoon, come taste the stew. Me I tell you, my God. Whoa.
You know, Melton Pot. All right. You know who I want to hear as it relates to this extradition? I likes like a Vegas. You have a woman on social media who run out all the time, one him chin. You understand? And
you mean hold on, you mean Pretty Duns?
Yes, Pretty Duns. Pretty Duns and everything, you know, as I say something. Him just wait until someone says something against Andrew Honest. Him run out, she run out, and you understand, she just put up her thing and you understand. I want she go against the United States. Now, extradition. I want to hear what she has to say. Because she's such a defender. You understand, of this corrupted party. But again, Melting Pot, you know, without, you know, to put, you know, in more serious, right, prospect, it don't really look good for the country, to be honest.
No, it doesn't.
It is a terrible blow to the country to know that, you know, people who we believe, you know, some of those who we elect, right, to say that, okay, we elect them for them to serve us. Well, they ended up serving themselves, involving corruption, right, drugs, all sort of corruption, and here it is, a prime minister who just cannot explain his wealth. But it is shocking as it relates to the PSOJ. The PSOJ, right, not saying anything as it relates to, yeah, here you have a prime minister, right, having serious problem in terms of having a statutory declaration being certified. The PSOJ now start to normalize the corruption by even wanting to facilitate him in any form of dialogue, in any form of business discussion. They should block him out totally. It should be that you set, you understand, a bar to say that, listen, you have to settle this. Go and settle this. The umbrella group of churches, again, is another entity. You understand that? Swinging around a corrupted leader. Then, hold on. What I want to know, Melting Pot, do we have to wait, really and truly, for an external entity to come and expose the government?
Well, you just...
PSOJ, if you did have solid DPP, right, solid police group, should have been operating in an honest and fair manner and lock up some of these people. They should, it look bad on the entire system, you know. That,
definitely.
Okay, you have to wait until outside entity come on, you know, and dealing with extradition, right? Because, of course, they have the evidence. And I can tell you, Melting Pot, none of them cannot go against United States extradition, because me can tell you, say, when United States investigating, particularly the FBI, they not just get up and just investigate something just, you know, just like that. They spend years dotting all their I's, crossing all their T's, spend years gathering their evidence. And when they come out and decide, said, listen me, we want these people to be extradited. It is no joke. It is no joke. And remember, Melting Pot, as what I said, and people are going to see it as it relates to the following week. You are not going to have anything light into an extradition. The extradition has to deal with big, heavy-duty people. Some of them And if you notice, you know, in terms of how I speak in plurality, some of them, so no know some more than one politicians involved, right? An hierarchy of the police force. They are now, it's an indictment. Because you be now indicted on an extradition. I mean, it's over for the Jamaica Labour Party. No amount of spinning. And we can't tell Big Mama this. Let us speak it here. This is an explosion that is also going to cripple Big Mama and those who are defending Andrew Holness. Anybody who would defend Andrew Holness, this is a total indictment on all of them. And let me say this. Don't bother believe someone going to come out if Bruce Golding is shaping a narrative to talk about, okay, and they can come and they can take Andrew Holness in the night. Marco, let me say this. I don't know if Andrew Holness involved in no extradition. So please be note, I know that me I say, I am only speaking that based on what Bruce Golding said. Now, if that is the situation, that Andrew Holness may have listed on an extradition indictment, right? Non-Jamaicans, right? We are going to support and we are going to build support for the extradition. We are happy. We are happy for the extradition as it relates to what we know how corrupted this government is. You understand? And this is a situation that's well overdue. Well overdue. So then Bruce Golding can shape in the narrative in the defense of Andrew Holness. He cannot be defended. Right? And 90% of us in Jamaica and other places, we are not. 90% of us in locally and in the diaspora, we are not going to. Look here, this is an indictment on the entire Jamaica Labour Party. Long time they've engaged in criminality and drugs. And just now, Horace Chang, listed in a WikiLeaks report to be involved in drugs and gun shipment. I wonder if I him upon the indictment. But when I say him, you know. But
no, we can look on some players, you know, where itch up in a WikiLeaks long time, you know. And we ask the question, oh, them itch up there so long, them coming like spider, where itch up in a web. You understand?
Well, I'm not but you have a company put on when you attack, man. Yeah.
We are said a long time, we see some guy itch up in a WikiLeaks and we are wonder where them dead so long I do and now come down. But them coming like spider where itch up in a cobweb up in a ceiling. You understand? Because remember, it's not only Crab alone, you know. You have James Robertson. Him in there too. You understand? And we know, say United States know about them. You understand? Nobody no really have to sing, you know.
On saw Ranchil Taylor one cause trouble in the night.
Well, him can cause it, you know. That's the views of Ranchil Taylor and not the views of Mystic Sensation.
All right.
Nor a melting pot, nor Lady Anne Marie. So Ranchil views entitled to him opinion, you know. And I mean, we endorse whatever our, you know, fellow participant in the chat have to put forward as their perception. But I hear you say something earlier on. I want to shed some light on that. You said this don't look good for Jamaica right now, what is happening? No. But I tell you, I welcome it at this junction of time. It is vitally necessary. I welcome it at this junction because what is going on has gone on for too long. And
I supported your welcome, sir. 100%. I supported it.
Thank you, Sir Lord Byron, as my host of the Mystic Sensation. Yeah. And I'm saying that, you know, for too long, these players have been roaming the play field, even at night when they're supposed to leave the grass to grow. They might trample the grass. Because remember, tough thing they do out there in the night with rope and wall up, man, you know. I wanna hear not where I'm to the man there. I remember that was a time when the whole of them a milk the honey. Pandemic lockdown, them a ship the thing through and fro. You understand? At the same time the police woman get caught with the thing in her pocket, you know. Cause a lockdown, but she a make some trip. And them a say, hold on, oh, she a travel so. A few more policemen do the same thing to them, clamp them. You understand? Because they may use the lockdown period like not now go on to Jamaica, we get holiday to travel so much time in the US. Come on, I don't think Uncle Sam now watch, you know. I know everything when the car come now in place, come dump off. But Uncle Sam like to watch. And him like to also peep. Because a man like scrutinize the thing, you know, for himself, you know, inside out. So he make sure no say him gather all the intel as to how broad the ring is on the network, and then him close in. That's all him have to do. America not like to waste time and like the Jamaican counterpart them. America watch you, build up intel for you, see how broad the ring where you are playing is, and then come in. I know so well then when him come in, him scrape up a whole heap. Yeah. That way him get result, maximum result, and him break the back of the camel. And that is what is happening now. I did want the whole of them, you know. You want them to. Man of the wilderness want them, and several more people who participate in the space of social media. Yeah? Want them at the high level of corruption and advise them to cease and desist. But when you have the play field for yourself, yeah, you know, can't continue play. So them continue play. But coming like cricket, you know, rain stop play. It never pour till it rain. Well, right now it a rain upon them. The whole of them need corkscrew to hold that liquid substance we are going to release. You have to get the English cork, you know, to bung them. Because me, I tell you, if you allow them to go in a parliament, you know, I want to tell you, you have to make sure you do a quarantine test on them when you are going to parliament Tuesday. You have to make sure you have to make sure them have the corkscrew in place, ready and waiting for bung them. Hey, God Almighty! Me, I tell you, brother, mighty God.
Well, I know melting pot. I want to tell you something, melting pot. We know see no parliament keep Tuesday, you know.
Well,
you notice it. We know see no parliament
it.
Tuesday, you know. So we are wonder if the sort of information, the sort of they affect certain things. I'm just saying. I don't have any facts relating to that. But we are watching this week, this Tuesday.
Well,
we are watch if Parliament is going to keep. What is going on? Because
but Byron,
the country is to run.
Yeah.
Go ahead, melting pot.
But we have to remember, you know, that from the 11th of December, you know, them guys that get nervous, you know.
Yes.
Them guys that get nervous from the 11th of December and hide it from the wider society. But them couldn't hide it from we across the border. You're mad? I know from we have to drop it out there and make the people them know. So we are telling people them from a couple of weeks ago what transpired in Jamaica from the 11th of December and how silent the whole GLP administration is, especially the Prime Minister.
Because look at the moment here, and that's why we have to, you understand, because we not take the ratings for this platform ourselves, you know. We have to pick up further lonesome.
Definitely.
I want people to know that. You understand? And that's why we are saying, you understand, lonesome platform must be supported, because there are times when it is lonesome who operate the eagle. And the truth be told, lonesome is someone who penetrate, right, the secrecy of information.
Definitely.
Right? And so then we don't want, you know, people to be drifting right from a lonesome. The channel need to support, because I am telling you, you understand, we have to give kudos where kudos comes from. You understand? In terms of that regards, you understand? Because lonesome is well connected, you know. Loan
Yes,
sum is
man.
not ordinary for people who believe, say, you understand, loan sum is ordinary, right? Not ordinary. You have the most powerful, you understand, will call a loan sum and share information with a loan sum. You understand? So people need to understand that. So we are just giving that endorsement, you understand, to the Titan boss. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
And I mean, you have to, because many a time you call to some, you know, emergency meeting with the Titan boss, you know, off the air, you know. Hours worth of reasoning. You understand? And people don't know that.
Yes.
Yeah. The amount of hours where we spend reasoning over some very fundamental topical discussion as it relates to where I go in the country, based upon the intel. And we are talking about no tabloid, you know, people. Real solid intel. Them can't manage we, man. And so you see the man in the wilderness, we don't know, say, maximum respect due where that is concerned. The Eagle service is the most secretive service, but the most widely appreciated service. Yeah? Because the people, let me know, will feed the info, you know. A brilliant-minded, civic-minded Jamaicans, them. Who know in the bangarang and the garbage we are going. Yeah. But so we just have to just endorse things as we see it, yeah, and tell it as it is. So what is happening now with this administration is that this administration is coming to its tenor. You understand?
Yes.
Long overdue. But when you look, we see Strike 5 did look like she a rock at Gibraltar, but she get moved. You understand? And this guy I know who say I'm not afraid of nobody, me know right now I'm a hide from somebody. This guy I hide from somebody, the same guy with utter out time out when they say him not afraid of nobody. I know he's hiding from even one shadow right now. So I want to see the look on size 13 face. This Tuesday, if she ever show her authority in the hot seat as the Speaker of the House, she'd be made to look. Well, you see what me I talk about? Because, you know, people, it's easy for you to pick up the mood and the perception within individual. Based on how you know them operate, yeah, just look and wait to see when time them now show the same vibrance, they are enthusiasm. When you see them look droopy, like them sick, you can know say something is happening. And I know she has that tendency because she show it throughout the road of Crawford, you know, what they call it now, novelty, the Mills and Boons. The Mills people.
But watch it, no Melting Pot. Some of them just feel so emboldened, even with our procurement guidelines and principles. And they believe that they are so big, mighty, and powerful, and them can break it. And, you know, no answer. Because when you look at Darrell Vaz, right, as it relates to, you know, 110, right, school buses. First, he started out telling lies that it was 110 new school buses. And when we found out that it wasn't new school buses, him changed him rhythm and talk about 110 old school buses. But again, he break down procurement rules, you understand, and seems to have used a direct procurement procedure on those buses which he shouldn't. Right?
Definitely.
In terms of emergency procurement that it seems like he used, which he shouldn't.
Yes.
Right?
Because them that will under Sir Byron. Them then fall under emergency procurement guidelines. Old school bus. Continue, sir.
And not only that again, hear what the man did. You understand? The man ripped the country as it relates to, you know, $1.4 billion. You understand? And only we're able to bring in 60 buses and claim that we would have seen, right, all 110 buses by a certain time. That time was long past. But as I said, a government badness they are using. Government badness. But what I want, I am saying this to say, I would like to see them use government badness on the extradition.
Brother.
remember, you know, you see, the extradition as it relates to Dudus. You remember, say, Bruce Golding trying best, you understand, to stop it?
Yeah.
He's trying best to slow it down, you know. But when the United States pressuring us, you know, the DPP, Paula Llewellyn, who was also trying to resist it, you understand, she was made to force to sign that DPP, that extradition. And hear what Paula Llewellyn came out and said on an interview on Big Mama, that she is not partial because she was a part of extradition, the extradition process for Dudus. She was not. She was forced to sign it. She was forced and under pressure by the United States to sign it. At first, she didn't. She put up resistance.
Yeah.
Bruce Golding also put up resistance
Mm-hmm.
until the United States start to clamp down. You understand? They have to. So again, I want to see Andrew Owners put up resistance to this extradition. I don't know someone like to see him do it. But I like to see him do it, you know. You understand?
Well,
John Rock said
well,
this sensation is bad man America, but
well,
hey,
it's one thing I
you know,
it's one thing I can tell you.
Yeah. A bad man American, you think a bad man America, bad man if you send the extradition?
No, sir.
You think
I think them. No, I think them kind. I think them kind. Yeah, but you know, I don't think Andrew can put up no resistance. Cause I don't know of him to be a singer like Barry Salmon. But
Yes.
make I look one a guy with this 1.4 billion when take, you know, and a bad man is him, bad man government ship, yeah, and come tell we all type of bull, you know what, yeah, as it relate to 110 new school buses when we find out the bus them whole and decommission. But I see the number shrink and I see the individual shrink too. Me no know if I would. I don't know if it's Woody Woodpecker chip down the wood vase, make it a shrink, but I see him a shrink. And I see him and a guy dress up, looking alike, under dark glasses that tell me say them a mafia. The other day down at St. Elizabeth. You see them? Yeah, watch them. Glasses dark, brother, like full-proof tinted glass. I don't know. Police need to take off them the tint off of them glass like how them take off the tint off of the coast of them. Yes. You understand? Them the two man they look like Dan Mafia. Me I tell you, things not pretty in a yard. It look like yard out for migrate and go abroad. God Almighty, pan the administration, the regime. Hey, people who run, come catch Labrish. Pan the Mystic Sensation Live. Because tonight, you know, full of spice. But we now go cut the cake tonight. We now have to wait a little longer. We won't share the cake tonight, but it's spicy. We know you can smell the aroma and get the taste, but we don't want to eat nothing tonight. I yield back the floor to you, Lord Byron.
Well, what we can tell the people, them say, you understand, I am coming back out Tuesday, but me know say by Tuesday the bangarang, you understand, I go explode. So, you understand, I mean, it is what it is, but it is really terrible, right? And we have been highlighting the government corruption from God knows when, and I tell Jamaican people say, yo, the man are corrupt. You understand? And we never hesitate, right? In terms of calling a spade. On this platform, Melting Pot and myself, we never mince any word. We call it for what it is. And even in spite of people rushing us, you understand, and saying that we have no evidence and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. We know what we are looking on. We know what we are looking on. Several things we have and we don't come out with it.
No.
It's not like we don't have it. Right? Several things. And again, let me say this again also. You understand? Because, I mean, we are the Eagle Boss reason. And
True.
several information again, not because it not being spoken. Eagle Boss sit down upon some information and decided, right, hold it away.
Yes.
You understand? And of course, certain things will expose when it comes to due process and time.
You see, Sir
Right?
Byron, you have to
Yes.
make the people understand the level of work what we do. So when we know of an ongoing case that, you know, we don't need to come out and compromise it by throwing a spanner in the work. Just leave it. Leave it, make it travel along. We know when we come touch it, you know. Because you have classified and unclassified documents.
Yeah.
So we know what we are do. So I don't like we not sit down for material, but we're not ready to cut them yet. Because you know, in time we cut a stitch, we are going to stitch, you know, people. We not ramp like that. A production time when we cut material, you know, it have to run through the stitch and surge machine. Right away, no time to waste. Over to you, Sir Byron.
And you know the thing, Melting Pot, we have a reason tonight. You know the thing now, Melting Pot, because remember, you know, that 2015 general election is where 2015 campaign is where most of our Jamaicans, right, were so-called fooled by this brainwashed by this government.
Yeah, and we have used another word. Not only brainwashed, but they were radicalized by the anti-movements.
You're right, Melting Pot. They were brainwashed and radicalized. And anti-owners try to use a same manipulation that them use on Tivoli for years to hold on Tivoli, you know, and keep down Tivoli. And they keep down Tivoli in such a way that Tivoli don't even realize, you understand, that they have been suppressed. And if you ask certain Tivolians now who in a Tivoli, they will defend JLP now down to the ground, not even knowing that they have been suppressed over the years. But I will tell Tivoli people that what you need to do is to really come out of Tivoli, right, and look in other communities, right, and realize and ask yourself the question. Every Tivoli person should be asking themselves the question. Ask yourself, why is it that we supported the Jamaica Labour Party for how long? For more than 30 years that you have been supporting the Jamaica Labour Party. And your progress is minimal in comparison to other constituencies. Why is it so? Right? Because the amount of support that Edward Seaga had gotten from you, the amount of support that Telroy Mackenzie had gotten from you. But ask yourself the question, Tivoli Gardens. What is your progress as it relates to Desmond Mackenzie, Edward Seaga? What have they done for you lately? What have they done for you? Right now, as we speak, you have several people in a Tivoli Gardens community use 5 different families. I use 1 restroom. Am I lying?
True.
No, that's not a lie. So why your state is like that? 5 set of family. They use 1 restroom. 5 set of family, they use 1 kitchen. And yet, that constituency will evergreen. So what this tell me, say, that you are so suppressed that you don't even realize and aware that you have been abused for over the umpteen years that you have been supporting Jamaica Labour Party. And the same strategy Andrew Owners now try to extend throughout the entire Jamaica. Well, we are going to tell us something, Andrew Owners. Now go work. And the same method, you know, you can see that he might execute the same method, you know, in terms of getting all the aids that he's getting, all the benefits, and him just lock them, him just keep them, and him just politicize the issue. All right, you have a situation again where they were attending some area as it relates to what Sister Pat spoke about earlier. And when you look now, you are now taking Colonel Charles' daughter, who is no more a member of parliament. You understand? And leave out
Rosemary Shaw,
the member of parliament. Rosemary Shaw. You understand? So these are the sort of things that JLP used, the old craft, the old prison craft, all of them something there, the brainwash, the political victimization, the hold on and suppress and depress. And that's why we say we welcome the extradition. You understand? For drop a bomb and crush some of them vampire, yeah. But me tell you something, God not sleep, you know. You understand? We have been talking, and them people make it sound like we are only chatterbox. But let me tell you something. Our victory is right around the corner. Enough of them tonight. Enough of them can't sleep. And we know that. Sir. Enough of them.
Yeah.
They visit the restroom more often than so.
Regular.
Enough of them not eating properly. And yet
no,
them have
last appetite.
You understand?
Last appetite. Last of appetite.
The lobster dish around them table and can't eat it. Think of it. Because of them own wickedness, you know. Catch up on them, you know.
True.
Their own evil caught up with them. So we want to know how long, because Bruce Golding tried to fight the extradition, and him making that attempt to fight the extradition, United States give him ultimatum to resign. You think Bruce Golding just get up? Hold on there. Let me ask Jamaica this. You think Bruce Golding just get up and just decided that he's going to resign? Not about Jamaica politics. No. And that's how it go. People who wake up and know, say, and that's how it go. He got ultimatum to resign. And if he doesn't resign, United States was going to effect what they are going to effect. So in order to avoid United States from not effecting what they were going to effect, he has to resign, he has to bow. So let me say something to Andrew. You see, all of them think the way you're grown and you tell lie with and you this and you that, and you understand you're not being investigated and you try to hold out, and you understand how long the Integrity Commission will tie with you. You understand how long you have much statutory declaration not being certified. More see your supporters them help you. Yeah? More see your supporters them help you upon an extradition, yeah. You understand? We want to see your supporters when the United States, right, if you are not on this extradition, when the United States asks you, you understand, to send X and X to them, don't send them. You know, somebody like you don't send them. But they like to play hardball. You understand? That means you get what you forget. Play hardball now. Yeah. Just no, hold on now. I'm going to show you something, Andrew Honest. Look how you treat them on road. And look how your supporters them rush Curry. And say, who can stop Andrew? No, the man tell us, well, all right, you want now, as it relates to their cultural norms, them no want no military with any weapons in a them area. You make your supporters them boots you up. You understand? And going, can't tap you and blah, blah, blah. And you saw you disrespect him. You see you disrespect him. Me see you up there what you know. And you and Curry claims to be having a little harmonial thing. No harmony not the same, you know. I just diplomacy when I use. Both Curry I use diplomacy and you I use diplomacy. You understand? Basically, your presence there is telling Curry that, okay, you can't tap me. You understand? I don't regard your sovereignty. And meanwhile, Curry is saying to you that, okay, all right, I am playing along. You understand? Because I have my people to protect. Right? And that is the diplomacy that is being played out. Now, you are now. Different ball game you depend. Different ball field you depend. Higher level you depend. Make we see you play diplomacy with this extradition like oh you play with Curry and more to see the Jamaica Labour Party supporters them tell you say, Andrew, don't send nobody. Deny the extradition here. I want to see Vegas. You understand? Tell you. We want to see what the next one name. What the next one will claim say Chopper John. We want to see Chopper John tell you say. Yeah. Deny the extradition here. So Chopper John and Vegas, you know, go and influence him. Go and influence him and tell him to play hardball and see what happened to him. Tell him to play hardball with this. You understand? God and time. God and time. And we always shout out that. Now, upon this platform here, we don't endorse. We don't endorse no criminal. And we don't give no criminal no praise. So when you come with your carrying down a crime and your 41% reduction, mystic sensation, this platform here, you understand? No recognize that. And I tell you, say, back way. You understand? Because you're liars, you're deceiters, you are devils. You understand? And we don't take back the talk. Yes, what say you, melting pot? Because you give them the judgment
Well,
tonight.
yeah, man. Where I have to say, you just touched a point a while ago. I know Andrew now listen to Giegas now Trapper John. Yeah, you know why? One, Giegas is a black widow that is weeping for, you know, them spouse. Secondly, Trapper John is a culinary art personnel that carry out illicit, you know, project manager work. Them they can't help Andrew in a time when Andrew need more substance. No black widow, nor no culinary art guy can't help Andrew in this. You understand? Not even Andrew can help himself. This is a cut and dry sentence for Andrew. You understand? So time come. And I mean, we know time longer than rope. Yeah? So when the PMP did I use the time come as it projected slogan into its political campaign last year, a lot of people make macro after it after them steal election. But you know, see it come, it coming. And it's sure gonna reach on the doorstep. But let us look back at Tivoli Garden. A lot of people need to know that Tivoli Garden is one of the first housing schemes erected in Jamaica. But it's one of the worst housing schemes existing in Jamaica currently. So that just goes to show those people from such community that they have been taken for a ride by the Jamaica Labour Party. When you look at Operation Pride houses and what they value now at the current market, anywhere between 80 and 100 million, you cannot put a value on Tivoli Garden houses. They don't have any value. So that just goes to show you the surrounding and the houses run down and become dilapidated because the whole entire surrounding around Tivoli Garden run down, you know, even the cemetery, Maypen run down. You understand? So everything bad that can happen to West Kingston has happened to West Kingston under one political administration. That seat has never changed and is the only seat in Jamaica political landscape that has never changed. And so, my fellow brothers and sisters, you all are my brothers and sisters, you know. No matter where you come from you're Jamaican, you're my brothers and sisters. I just want to take a stock at what I just said, what I just outlined, because what I have just said is history that can never be rubbed out. Yeah? That have to stand up. You understand? So Bushrat and all who administrate within West Kingston need to take a look at themselves. And the people who don't need to understand, say, this government is a capitalist government. And who don't fit the bill of capitalism. You understand? Forget about when the shower pass you are sending the money on our milk. When I reap the milk and the honey from where I come in. That cut down now. Yeah, Operation Hot Dog and other operation. Stall those type of operation. I remember people get extradited back to Jamaica. Yeah, Vivian Blake and such. You understand? So America dismantle the headquarters for the capitalists them in Jamaica. Yeah. Tibali coming like Capital Hill, you know. Where the CIA administration is concerned in Jamaica, Tivoli Garden is the headquarters. So in terms of United States landscape, it would come in like Capitol Hill. But America still wipe it out, damage it, removing the hierarchy to us, and also leaving several casualty behind based on what did have to unfold throughout the process of the extradition. Yeah, I remember Bruce Golden tried to compromise it. That's why I'm half to resign and left. Because I'm trying to spend 50,000 US, yeah, seeking help from Manhattan Feld. And then him say, I can't recall, I can't recall, I can't recall, I can't recall. Like if it's a scratch record. Yeah, while Pumbaz opposite was party funded. Because you know Pumbaz him are the criminal, you know. Him can't talk. It was party funded. But under Bruce, knowledge, can't recall. But this is the man where the prime minister for the country.
But Melting Pot, if you
Yes,
remember,
my brother.
we're going to show Jamaica something. If you remember in 2019, when Daryl Vaz was working in the office of the prime minister, right? If you remember, it was then when he went to Mexico, you know, to collect 143,000 US dollars, you know. And the sales on the back of the sale undervalue the hotel in St. Anne's.
What name?
I don't remember the name of the hotel. You remember it?
Country. Country.
Yeah,
No,
I
man.
don't remember it offhand.
God Almighty.
Moon Palace. Moon Palace.
Moon Palace. Moon Palace. Yeah.
Very undervalued Moon Palace, right? I mean, that's government entity, you know, right? Just look at it. Government property. The people's property, you know. Undervalue it, you know.
Yeah.
Right? And collect the rest of money on the table, you know.
Yeah.
Right?
But me I gonna ask you one question.
Yes.
Should Pumbaz have anything to do with that?
Well, all right.
Rooms on the beach.
Rooms on the beach, right? Rooms on the beach. That's what. Yeah, that's the correct name. Rooms on the beach.
Yes, and that's why we said we're glad that we have some brilliant people in the chat. So
yeah,
we mess up a bit.
Well, I will say something. Can I ask you the question? Yeah,
yes.
And we don't have much time. I now gonna make you deliberate over it too long.
Okay.
Remember, Pumbaz was minister without portfolio, you know.
Yes.
So under no circumstance him supposed to carry out that activity when carry out. No, him can't do the negotiation. Him a minister without portfolio, for Christ's sake.
Within the prime minister's office. So he was instructed by none other than Andrew Holness.
We know that. Come on, Byron. That's why me have you as the big man on the platform, you know. Because you're sharp where that is concerned. He was instructed. Yeah. Because Andrew used Pumbaz as the mafia gangster within the party, you know.
Yes.
But under him ranking. Yeah. I'm a second in command, you know. A Pumbaz a second in command, man.
All right.
Then that's why Pumbaz could have divided the sales a room from 11 to 7. You understand?
Yeah.
And take away the whole of the money in the briefcase, carry it back to Jamaica from Mexico, not knowing America are watching.
All right.
America was watching him.
Hold on a minute, Pat. Stop. I'm going to show you something now, Sean. May I try to summarize yourself. Now watch out. May I try to decipher this. You don't find it really weird in the sense that last week, right? Or week before last, SSL Seaga bus and the Jamaican authority force, you understand, to charge cross carry.
Yeah.
That's a one. Now,
Right.
coming now, another judgment, extradition.
Mm-hmm.
That not sure say they're under pressure from the United States.
Extreme pressure.
The war, whatever, is along with other people that came, and what did the other people have to say?
Exactly.
To the government.
And,
I'm not talking about.
And then not only that,
secretary or whatever.
either last week or week before last, right? The United States representative traveled to Jamaica. You know?
Yes.
So again, no PR now go save them, you know. Something
No.
Something not right.
Something not right.
Because look, 3 weeks in a row, the revelation was so surprising because we know how much Nigel Clark lied about FBI investigating the SSL Seaga, and he's not going to leave any stone unturned. We know that he said that he told a lie, right? And done nothing, right? Under no circumstances that you might have Mark.
His uncle, did he infiltrate them under false pretense?
Mark, hold on. Wifey said something, you know. Wifey said something, but I've got to talk what wifey said because
I can't pray.
We are just critical thinkers.
Mm-hmm.
We are wondering if it is a situation where Nigel Clark infiltrate them as a result of what they did to his uncle. My wife mentioned that, you know.
So it's payback then.
So it is payback. It's the situation. We don't know. We only said anything here because Nigel Clark up there, you know.
But we have to understand too, you know, Byron. Remember, say Nigel Clark a part of the corruption ring. And once him go to them guy, can have him a talk to him and him a sing.
All of that possibly the melting pot.
Going there for information.
But hold on now. Remember, so we also received allegation that Nigel Clark came down and warned them, you know. Have a conversation with them about certain things.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Right? And then we see, so people we could put one and one together. We could put one and one together. Because everything just happened, right? One after the other, one after the other. A domino effect turning over. We could talk again. We don't see no parliament keep Tuesday going. And we are anticipating this Tuesday, Parliament is going to hot. Parliament is on fire. If it keep. If it keep.
No,
Parliament
I don't think
fire people.
them Byron, you think them can have another omission of Parliament sitting?
What? I don't know, you know.
Anything possible under this government.
Hold on there. May I get a call here? May I get a call?
Anything goes under this government.
Yes, caller. Can you turn off the device in the back? You're on Mystic Sensation Line.
Mr. Byron.
Yes, my dear.
My man I play the drug board, but he not draw good this time at all.
No, sir. No, sir.
Make a good draw this time.
Problem today, sister.
Reasoning here. But I keep up your time. Look on the reasoning here.
Yes.
Would you say that Bruce Golding knows more than what he has put out?
Yes. Before you even finish. Yes. He knows.
Yes, he does. And would you say again, for Bruce Golding, it would be a retribution for Andrew Holness in the way he treated him and how he has brought the JLP party down?
Yes.
And perhaps, had he listened to him as a top leader, although him faulty still, you know, there's some good in him, that Jamaica would have run better?
Fair enough. You know, I think that's been fair.
Yes. So I know Bruce wants him to go to. Bruce wants him to come out of the system. And I believe some hierarchy within the party could have done some damage to.
Well,
because they're tired of him.
Well,
and the party is ruined, you know. It is really ruined, you know.
Yes.
We're in Jamaica, leave top leadership, prime minister. Have you ever had a prime minister that we're looking forward to soon will be extradited and have been in the level of corruption, bare face in the country? Where have we seen that? They're all not perfect, but this is the worst of the worst.
That's so true.
So I believe the hierarchy, they have done some stuff too that will not be known. It's not everybody in there is with him. Not everybody.
Yeah.
And they are just waiting to see the fall of him, because the only way for sure to get rid of Andrew Holness is for him to be extradited and a turnaround of governance. That's the only way. Take him out. So Bruce Golding knows some stuff.
No doubt about that.
Reasoning.
No doubt about that, and that is one of the reasons why he's coming out. Might be want to shape a narrative anticipating that situation to happen, because I think he presumed that, okay, that is definitely going to happen, and so then he wants to create a narrative. You understand? In the extension of saving the Jamaica Labour Party. The Jamaica Labour Party cannot be saved because...
I know you come to save the party.
Yeah.
Why it's bad?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. From once this happen, from once this happen, it is going to shatter the entire party. I eat that for Jamaica Labour Party. They will put into the entire abyss, political abyss. You understand?
Don't think it ending now. Don't think it ending now. It'll unfold little by little. More to come, you know.
Yes.
More to come. It's going to unfold and unravel.
And you what happened again?
That is what is
you what happened again, you know, sister? You what happened again? Let me say this to you. You see, when we look on the SSL investigation, some serious atrocity done, you know. And here what happened? SSL was up. Hey, let me tell you something. You see the charges as it relates to charging SSL without a license under the Security Act. The charger was automatic, right? And charging SSL as it relates to operating, right? As it relates to the Bank Act without being registered. Those charges were automatic. There are other serious charges that are going to follow. They are trying to control it from a certain perspective, you know. They are trying to do what we call political damage control. But it gone bad. No, it really gone bad. It can't. There's no try to save this, because you know why, sister? It was too long in the making that the evidence was right in front of you, and you try to overlook the evidence, right? And did not pursue to interrogate Hugh Croskery, interrogate Mark Croskery. The government itself shield them. And when you see I am
level of corruption, the government shut up on it and have it going.
All right, look here.
I'm happy the way it is coming out. I'm really happy, and I am glad that America has some say into the whole situation. I'm so happy for that.
Well, sister, hear this. Transaction into SSL as it relates to millions of US dollars would have hit the Swiss system, you know. And again, if any at all that SSL make any trading via Jamaica Stock Exchange without having a license, right? And where United States can look on it as it relates to a money laundering system, which is going to connect to the bank, which is going to have huge crime, which is going to have an impact on FSC, Because again, they couldn't be auditing SSL and did not realize that SSL don't have a license. A serious implication for FSC, you know. Serious implication for Andrew Holness administration, you know. It's very serious, you know. So again, we don't know.
He knew it.
Exactly.
He knows it. And
So
the big mafia and the big bad wolf that he is, he didn't know that this would unravel. Thanks to you guys too.
Exactly.
When I'm putting out with this shirt, Baron, thumbs up to you, you know.
Blessings.
More than thumbs up, you know. Melting pot.
Yes.
Melting pot, man. May I tell you, melting pot, looking at you, you know, when it just started, never look like you have all of that, you know.
Yeah, man, you know, we sharpen each other as we go along.
Yes.
And we are grown, you know. And again, I must say that we have to give thanks for our subscribers, people like you, right, who believe in us, right, and continue to support us, right. Remember, we couldn't be here and you don't give us the support. So all of that thanks and everything, right, as it relates to where we are at, right, we have to give kudos to our supporters. They are the ones who building this platform. All right, and we thank you very much.
Yeah, man, God bless.
Yes, blessings, my sister. Latland said, you all miss a lot of evidence. Remember, the travel advisory went down to 2. It went back up to 3. Yes, Latland, right? You are correct. And Latland said something earlier that also China, you understand? Where did he? I saw where he said, yes, it's not really SSL. It's more about China, right? Lord, it is so much things. Lord, it is so much things, right? It could be, Lord, hear this. It could be all of the above. It could be SSL. It could be China. It could be the drugs. It could be all of the above. Jamaica Labour Party administration hit every note in the drugs calendar. Every note. You understand? So it could be all of the above as far as we're concerned. What say you on it, Melting Pot? We have what?
Well, I will shape it a little bit more rounded. Yeah, because I have to bring some other people that made some very huge comments in regard to Andrew Holness. Yeah. And we're talking about Azan and this guy here from the separate group of company. Yeah. And my food. Yeah. Remember, you know, these are wealthy capitalists who find Andrew Holness and his administration to be defaulting them investment.
True.
When Azan come out and say, the worst economy has been for over 30 years from him in a business, that was a big red flag against Andrew Holness administration for one of the established capitalists within the space of the PSOJ coming out and making such remark.
But I think by Azan saying that, Azan was giving indication that he wanted him out.
Definitely. You know, why you not make me just finish the point, the Lord, Sir Lord Byron, man? And that's some here coming up. Them want him out. And even several of his member parliament, them want him out. So Andrew was only a player who was, you know, merely being scrutinized by his peers, his counterpart. They were having secret discussion surrounding his leadership. And he fully well knew of that as well, because, I mean, we know Tough Tongue did come out and publicly, you know, tell Jamaican electorate, say, this guy not fit the criteria, you know, because I'm not like bright people around him. So him is a dunce operating in an educated fields. You understand? Because your chief civil servant supposed to be brilliant mind individual, you know. Not a low life corrupted chief civil servant like the one where Jamaica currently have. The garbage, holiness. You understand? So him come under increasing pressure from him own peers. They were having no vote of confidence within him long time ago. And that relay back to US. And I mean, when capitalists talk about other capitalists in a way that does not suit the empire of the capitalists, them go and come and move the piece of shit.
Same sir. You're right.
Yeah.
Same sir.
Them a come move him. Then come on. Remember, say Andrew, all this name is not an established name amongst the capitalist rank, you know. But the Azan has been there for mighty long time. Generation upon generation, where the Azan is concerned. Holiness a piece of garbage, you know. Enough people don't know. I just him look lighter shade and him looking here, make him feel like him had somebody. A piece of shit. Just check him school, the man, where medicated, the man. Just check him delinquency status leaving out of university. He tell you same I come from nowhere. And the capitalists, them, the established capitalists, them not like we know so this guy I come from Cumberland in a 1-bedroom with chimney, all them thing them him underscore himself. Cause I'm expose him upbringing. Some of them probably don't even know. So they must say, no, this took a guy from one of them place there. We are used chimney in a 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom board house. Go to school and all type of thing where him say about himself. Just for look justification from the electorate for them support him. It backfire upon him. Because the established capitalists them realize about him have the biggest castle upon Beverly Hills. And him have the most bank book amongst us. We are businessmen, but we don't have too much bank book. Them hate him for that. Because I tell my people them say Andrew always make him ego get the better of him. Amen. And him filth him out always spew the secret where I'm supposed to keep. Can you keep a secret? No, sir. Him can't even keep it in his mind. He might have to tell it to everyone because he's a show-off guy. Him is a bossy guy. Yeah, but as well, Liza said, there's a hole in holiness now. There is a hole in holiness. No bird can't take the rest of the nest there. Whole day night, though anything going to drop through. God Almighty, bangarang for mystic sensation tonight. People run come catch a drift. There's a hole in holiness. And the hole bigger than the one where me that bright up him thinking self with Portia. This a hole I can't repair. And when you send it overseas, them can't find a remedy for the hole here. This hole here gone, and will be soon forgotten out of the Jamaica political land space. And it's only fear. You cannot come from down there, so, and run past the established capitalist them in the country. Bigger house, more bank account, more money, more truck, more this, more that, more woman. God Almighty, this guy never stop, you know. Never stop. I head on him meeting a Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam drape him. I yield back the floor to you, my brother.
Well, all right, Melting Pot. Loxley said, so PNP have enough vote in Parliament to force a vote to unseal the indictment. Please elaborate. Well,
sure. Well said by that.
Exactly. Definitely. I will say that, of course, PNP, right, definitely have a strong, right, say in this matter where that is concerned as it relates to 28 members, right? Not too about that, right? And then, again, when it comes to indictment as it relates to any form of extradition, right? Really and truly, the government has to be careful, extremely careful. You're talking about a Donald Trump at the helm. Let me say this to you, why this is extremely serious. Donald Trump is someone that is not going to be obedient to any form of standard rule, right? No. It is clear that you have seen where Donald Trump had broken the status quo as it relates to the UN. It is clear that he had broken the status quo as it relates to Geneva Convention. So then it wouldn't boil down to whether or not the PNP, put it this way, the PNP have nothing to do with this. Right? Donald Trump has spoken.
And that's it.
And let me say this to you. Let me say this. Clear. Who is going to stop Donald Trump? If Donald Trump said, okay, you need to send X and X and X and X and give them an ultimatum. You think they are going to go beyond the ultimatum? They can't. And this is why now Andrew Holness really put him foot in our mouth. Because he went on a campaign and said him no afraid of nobody.
He put his feet, both of them.
And look now, he's coming out and telling Jamaica, oh, you know what? A lot of people are asking me to comment, and you know, I don't think I need to do that because we don't need to expose our country into something that, right, we don't need to put ourselves into. So basically, what you think? Signs of submission. Him already bow. Him bow. He's not Michael Manley.
No.
That will stand up and said, no, first world country is going to tell me how to run my country. And I am not going to walk on my knees.
No, sir.
He's not Michael Manley. And the reason for that, because Michael Manley was not compromised.
True, true.
So Michael Manley can say to the United States, I am not going to crawl on my knees and ask the United States who they think they are. He's a sovereign country.
True.
They couldn't pin anything for Michael Manley.
Clean as a whistle.
Clean as a whistle. So you see how important it is for you to be an honest Prime Minister. No, Andrew Holness can't go against the United States because, let me tell you something. You're dealing with likes like Donald Trump. Donald Trump will embarrass you to the core. You know how you may say? So when Bruce Colin is speaking in relation that United States can take night and remove the government. United States don't have to take night and remove the government. May I reason with lonesome today. May I reason with lonesome earlier and lonesome I said, no, hear me now. The only thing what United States need to do, just come at the airport and ride one bicycle past Parliament and say, oh, come here, send him out. United States don't need to send. United States don't need to send no Chinook helicopter.
No, sir.
Aircraft. United States need to just send one send one.
Just a little soldier on a bicycle, man.
Send one of the officers to the airport.
Yeah.
And have him on a bicycle ride past Parliament and go and say, oh, come here. Come on to me.
Yeah, man. And that's true.
So compromised he is.
That's true.
He's so compromising people. Oh my God. Me not lie. Me shame, you know. Me shame. Me not lie. What a piece of disgrace.
Well,
What?
a long time them shame the country and the society, so me I rejoice right now. Hallelujah. Amen. Glory. Ishalabalaba. Me I rejoice, brother.
See, like I say, US doesn't need Delta or Team 6 for today. it's much easier to extract anyone from Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
Lord, some say, all I need, I want to see if you just ride on bicycle past Parliament. I say, oi, come here. Send him out.
Yeah, man. And I from where they alone, some I run the narrative there, you know. Say, them no need no whole heap and not just a one man on a bicycle. Go for him. Yeah, man, a reality, man. A reality. Because them are not nobody. Them all go government badness in a Jamaica. Them can't bad outside the shores of Jamaica. This administration will bully the citizen, you know. Cannot even whoop them mouth outside the shore of Jamaica. Them are nobody on the international stage. I remember the army, not properly trained. They have the equipment to take on nobody. All 80 army will mash up Jamaica army. You hear that? So Andrew Wallace and them little garbage away him around them, the minions them. They were just some wannabe make-believers thinking that them bad and them can bully everybody. Well, every man have a match out there, you know. Yeah? And at that, me have to tell Andrew Wallace. And you finally meet your match in Uncle Sam. Over to you, Sir Lord Byron.
But Trump is not somebody where you understand you can play with. Because remember, you know, Trump has the might. He has the power. United States Army behind him. And remember, United States Army is not fenke army. You know.
No, sir.
People to understand, you know, United States Army have some of the most elite members, you know, that no other army no have, you know. Right? No, but I believe that United States is something that can be easily tumbled, you know. Right? And so then you have to understand when United States say, listen, there is no UN charter or UN rights can hold Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't listen to that. That don't contain Donald Trump. No Geneva Convention cannot contain United States. It is as plain as simple as that. So we can hear as it relates to, yes, United States need to obey UN and blah blah blah. Those things are just things on paper. The truth.
Let me tell you when we are reason after here about that CMP topic there.
Yes.
And I just want to tell the people them. You see, the Geneva law them and the UN, them they want modify. For them have any weight and substance right now, you have to prevent a Donald Trump from move towards a target when feel like he need to eliminate or to retain. Them the law they have to upgrade.
Yeah.
Them pass the level of how them used to function. Yeah. The system run well left that. So them the Geneva and UN thing there. Trump not just roll over them, man. Them they need upgrading and I see a whole heap of flaws in them. Yeah, whole lot of flaws.
But
you understand?
You can't talk all the talk what they want to talk, you know. Trump is not going to adhere to any of them rules there, you know. You understand? And who can discipline United States in this region, in the Western Hemisphere? You understand? Tell me, what sort of system, you understand, can discipline United States? There's no system that exists can discipline United States. People just need to get this. You understand? True. And Jamaica. You understand? Jamaica is just like, might be one little mosquito bite.
Yeah, man.
Seriously. Jamaica is like a mosquito bite. So at the end of the day, that's why I said, I want to see those social media vloggers who the vlog for the labor right. You understand? Go and tell Andrew like how them influence Andrew to go back in the maroon territory and show Curry that Curry is nobody. You understand? And Curry cannot stop Andrew Holness from being there. Come now. show Andrew Holness, influence Andrew Holness the same way now. Influence Andrew Holness the same way. But I like do it, you know. But I like Vegas and what name Chopper John. You understand? Go keep them conference and tell Andrew Holness, you understand, to resist. Yeah? Tell him to resist. Tell him to resist and you see what happens. Tell him to resist. Because guess what? He's so corrupted. United States have everything for him. Everything. And I ask that, you know, I tell you that. United States have everything for him. And so then, he has to sing. He has to sing. And any tune that Donald Trump tell him to put on the turntable, make him not put on the tune, you know. When Donald Trump said, listen to me, we want to put on Benny King, tell him to go put on Bob Marley. You understand? A different
No. Well, well, Byron, I want tune me know Donald Trump did send go give me now. Yeah, and him should have play it and listen it well. A tune was said starting with the man in the mirror, I'm asking him to change his ways. Him never listen to that song there.
Never listen to the song there.
If him they take heed to that song, the man in the mirror, change your ways, he would have more of a better chance with Trump. You understand? But him never take heed. So you know, so him have to heal now to Trump.
Remember, you know, Melting Pot, he match down Andrew Holness break down all majority protocols in Jamaica, you know, and try to breach all the laws them that him can breach, that him fee him could have breached. The man, to the extent, you understand, right application to dismiss the Corruption Act. That's how far Andrew Holness went, you know. Don't believe that him don't offend people. Him offend people.
A lot.
He had embarrassed the Integrity Commission investigators, them, you know, and they are decent people.
Yes.
Him embarrassed them. So don't believe any of that. A lot of civil workers. Him embarrassed. People don't feel like them can talk at their free will, right? And they don't get politically maligned. That is what a lot of people are feeling under the Andrew Holness administration. Right? And enough of them don't want to speak out because of that. Because if them speak out, them lose them little food.
Yeah.
And we understand that. So we're glad now to know that, okay, you have an outside entity. You understand, coming and shaking up the grounds. We have to give thanks for that. And I have to lift my hat to Donald Trump and say, yes, you understand, in terms of the corruption, them break the law. Yeah, man, I am 110% in agreement with the United States. Run the extradition and take them out, because it reached a stage which part, you know, a government badness. Banana Republic, and them not hide it. And them normalize corruption. So you see this definitely stir up the base. And we love that. We appreciate that some sense of justice being applied. You understand? What say you, Melting Pot? You have 15 minutes to close out.
Well, we know common sense have to prevail, you know, at some stage. And we are seeing where common sense now has, you know, surface and come to the fore. Because if America, as we know, as a superpower in the region, the Americans want to have Jamaica as, you know, a conveyor belt where it get things from, then the landscape of Jamaica politics have to change. Because this administration have nothing in terms of growth and development in Jamaica for benefit America, you know. Because right now, you know, instead of having people from the Americans then I do the work in Jamaica, the man gone all the way to China and India, and them people jump and watch in the backyard and flood up the place. Two allied Remember, you know, the big parade where China keep when the military parade, you know. India was there. India was there along with Russia. Yeah. And North Korea. So Trump look on all these things. And when Trump hear a guy attack, say him not afraid of nobody, and Trump knows the right, you know, I'm at the Dan round here, so, and this little piece of garbage I want to come rival him. Trump say, you know what happened? I need to clip him wing. So Trump clip him wing. I Trump clip him wing, man.
Yes.
Yeah, you see, the narrative where Andrew Wallace has sell, and the derogative word where I come out time out, Trump not like that either. Because if there's one ultimate leader in the Americans, it's Donald Trump, we know that. Based upon the resource we have, the might of the United States Army.
Yeah.
Not the Jamaica garbage army. You understand? So you're not supposed to come out and use them narrative there in a society. Because remember, you know, Trump realized how much of the Jamaican you kill out, you know. And I said to himself, say, if me preside over 300 million people, and you just have 2.7, but my security force not kill the amount where you kill. There's something about you that I don't want in the region. Yeah? Trump look upon him as a dictator who align himself to a communism regime in China. So he's not adhering to the protocol of capitalism. And America is, you know, built along the line of capitalism. I remember Donald Trump, you know, make a commitment to the Americans, you know, that he's here in his final term to make America great again. So Donald Trump is seeking to gain back the ascendancy within the region of how the region is being governed and who are their participants in terms of world trade. Because the BRICS come clash with the US. And Donald Trump will not allow the BRICS to leave all the way from Asia and come in our backyard. Some people say so-called backyard. Well, Donald Trump can call it in backyard because he have the talk. Yeah? So I could use Donald Trump narrative. Them they can come from so far east and come in a Trump backyard.
That's the problem right now. But Milton Park,
of course. Yes, Sir Byron.
You remember, say, me and you, they discussed this, and we have said, look how Andrew Honest, they serve himself as a prostitute between the eagle
and the dragon.
Remember, so we are talking about
yeah, man. Sleeping in bed with both.
Sleeping in bed with both, and see what we are saying. Come catch him up right now, you know. The very same
Come on,
thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Exactly. That reach him, you know. I tell him, say, if you choose between the rock and the deep blue sea. You understand? And I don't know if you take the advice where I give him, because they tell him, say, if you jump off of the rock and jump in the sea. Because if him they do that, he would have drowned long time and Trump would not have to come for him. No, if him they take my advice and jump off of the rock, I'm caught between the rock and the deep blue sea, you know. So it's one or the other. But him feel like if him dip on the rock, him solid. But me they tell him to jump off in the sea. Because if him did that long time, he would have drowned. Trump would not have to come for him. Then, hold on. A sense Andrew Wallace not having no. If you jump off in the sea, Andrew, it don't mean the literally ocean will out let me talk about, you know. Because the sea are the bigger land mass. We all know we have more water than land. So just go with the big boy America, no man. In bigger than China, you know. No, you catch up on the rock with China. And Trump like that. Jump off and come now see and make Trump know say, well then, yeah. You don't really want to have nothing to do with them, you know. Tell Trump a lie, say, well, boy, you know, say, Mama P, the China have an agreement. And we don't like continue it, but so and so and so. Yeah. But now, it's up there and have them coming at the place in a mass number. I take over the whole of the economy. Trump not like that. Because what Andrew Wallace not realize, you know, America benefit from Jamaican coming into America, you know. Yeah, and replenish America by, you know, having kids born in America, representing America in a track and field and giving them a lot of gold medal. There is no Chinese on the American team.
Yeah. Hold on a melting pot. We are get a call from Sister P. Yes,
Take
Sister
it
P.
again, brother.
Yes, man. Melting pot, you're hot.
Yeah.
You know what Andrew Willis make good prime minister.
Yes.
Licky, hype, thief, cream, and go on like him a God. Never you take unto yourself, God. There's only one God.
Bro, God.
And it's the God of the supreme being. That's the only God. So the money, the big life get to you. And you see it? You see it? And all of who you have around him, none of them can see the danger of call him and say, this not and good. Then just love the syrup. You must see them and eat the syrup, tree a lick.
Yes.
This a lick syrup. Sweet. Then this a lick syrup, you know? Syrup turn bitter belly to them. And me tell him, say, I'm give bitter medicine. And eucalyptus cider, he might go drink it. He better prepare for drink it. More than can go Rockers Island.
Hey.
Wicked.
You see, if the thing is not of God, it must come down. Never you take unto yourself, say you're God. I don't fear nobody, and I will go down with them. And this and that and tell lie. Ram up your money. When people talk, when a person talk to you, and talk to Ilko boy of a university, you know what I disrupt? When I talk and talk down to Ilko boy, a young man, we are doctor now.
Yes.
All those things. Sorry. All those things.
Yes.
I get you back now. Hype up on people. Tell life on Mark Golden. Mark Golden bring your wife of 14. And Mark Golden up on you. And Mark Golden this. And Michael mash up the country in the 70s. And those of you who never born. And the 70s was the 70s. Michael man is sleeping in a heaven in a peace there right now. And in no regret to history. I said this.
Exactly.
So, me have beg no prayer with me.
Yes,
That's when the minute, when the second, when the hour come, be happy. Me there for me foot.
God,
And me call on you know.
What do you mean?
Me say hip hip. Me want to hear hooray.
All right.
Hooray.
All right.
Shout to now, me say hip hip.
Hooray.
Hooray.
All right. Well said. Love it.
Yeah,
love
man.
it.
Yes, it's
Mama
that
P always, Mama P always. Love it, bad. Yes,
yeah, I tell you.
6
Well,
minutes to go, yeah.
Well, you want me know. I want to address one of them minions, Pretty Duns. I see Pretty Duns that change hairstyle every morning and nails. Pretty Duns, I make sure tell you this, you know. You better start hold on some of the money there because that free money the way I get, you know, from Andrew, you know, it now go continue. Your employer will be put behind bars. You'll have to find a new job. A job that requires no nail and doesn't require those fancy hairstyle. So I know you have a next guest coming your way. You understand? Because you in a Pretty Duns. Remember you come out and you endorse all of the corruption where Andrew carry out. You and Gigas in recent time ramp it up because recruit, you know. Because we mash up the original sperm whale them like Chopper John, Keisha Mac, and Arville, Wallace and them, what you call him here, young drunk and the whole. We mash them up, you know. Andrew realized that them one they couldn't deliver. So I'm going to recruit Gigas and Pretty Duns. So me know say Gigas and nobody, him a mourn for him widow. Yeah, because he's a black widow. But you Pretty Duns, me I tell you, you know, start save the money, don't waste it for no more hairstyle and nails. Because you won't have this easy job where you lay down in your bed and you earn money. You earn Jamaican hard-earned taxpayers' dollar. Sitting down telling lies behind your wholeness. embracing the corruption of Andrew Wallace and his administration. So you better go face the snow anyway you're there, you know, and look at 9 to 5. And don't find yourself round a back road. Please and thanks. Because back road, we are going to abolish that. We are going, under the new government, we are going to run Jamaica. Back road won't exist. Because we are restore back law and order, discipline and pride in our society. So you make sure no say start shape up your nail. Start shape up your nail. Good. I yield back the floor to you now, my brother. See if you can close it out tonight now.
All right. Well, I mean,
give them a piece, man.
My Jamaican people, it's quite obvious, right, that you know things are coming down, right, rapidly in the pipeline. Not too worry about that. We have seen signs as it relates to SSL executives, right, being interrogated and now being charged, right, and we see ripple effect, a domino effect, right, is now breaking in order. So there is no doubt, right, that the coming weeks, right, more is going to reveal, right, and trust me, we are so much anticipating, right, because we need some sense of justice to be done, right. Bruce Golden is giving, I would say, snippets of what I believe that he knows something in the pipeline is coming very serious. And so then Bruce Golden coming out now, right, saying what he's saying, right, might be trying to shape a narrative out there, but it is what it is, my friend. We solidly know that, right, not too worry about that. There's an extradition out. It is confirmed, right? So there's not too worry about that, right? So again, right, and that extradition involve, right, high members of the police force and politicians, and which we know for sure that there's no PNP person involved in terms of what we have been looking on, right? But it is what it is, right? And you know, once again, I want to say big thanks. Let me just give Wifey, right? Okay, all right. Wifey said I should just close out. So basically, it is what it is, right? My people, remember, gear up because Wifey will be tuning in for the Parliament Tuesday. And let us say this before I close, right? We know that might be Juliet Onus is going to prepare to control certain narrative, that they are not going to speak about any extradition. Me know that they are going to, but I know that the People's National Party opposition is going to taunt them on it. We are there, you understand, to listen to these things, you understand. So Wifey will be hosting that because Wifey always hosts carrying the Parliament. So definitely, you understand, we are going to be tuning in. We are going to be tuning in for that Parliament, and then in the evening, of course, we will come forward, right? Rattigan, I think Rattigan coming tomorrow.
Today's what, Friday? Yeah, Rattigan should be.
So tune in with Rattigan tomorrow, right? You know, Rattigan always say a thing to, you know, and let me explain what Rattigan always said. And this seems to be the very same thing that catch Andrew Owner's administration. Rattigan keep on telling them that United States doesn't have friends. They have interests. When I heard about the extradition and see what it is earlier today after coming off the live, right? That Rattigan information just, you know, run over my brain, and I said, wow, Rattigan is so right, so right. You know, America doesn't have friends; they have interests. So don't believe that, you know, you and the United States are friends in that regard. United States have interests, and that is so true. You have seen it with Venezuela. You have seen it in other instances, and now, right, an extradition, boom, out there, goes to show you, right? It is what it is, and we have to just deal with it, right? So I want to say big thanks, right, for the support, right? And particularly tonight, the interactions, right? Brilliant. I mean, the people in the chat, they are so excellent. They are so brilliant. Let me say something in terms of my chat room, right? Because we run a democratic community, right, around here, right? And sometimes when we might be speaking on an issue, and particularly when we don't have it 100% tight, we have the ability of my chat room to say, no, Byron, this is this, and we get on par. Because what we are pursuing, make sure that we stay in line in terms of right information, and we're balanced and we're well measured, right? And in any instances, I will always happy to tell any person in my chat room, if I am speaking on a subject and I missed out a little bit, and you are more knowledgeable, right? Just tweak it. You understand? So that at the end, everyone benefit from the fruit that this tree provided. You understand?
True.
I don't see
100%
myself
true.
exactly. I don't see myself more brilliant than anyone else, right? My chat room, you understand? I recognize it to be a balanced intellectual community, and we are sharing information and sharing the space, and we want to, breach good governance, and that's what we are here for. Again, I want to say big thanks to my people who support me, both locally and in the diaspora, right? So Mystic Sensation is saying, what good? Have a wonderful weekend. Melting Pot, big up yourself. Love you always.
And I'm saying
All
to
right.
everyone, safe travel on the gravel as usual.
All right. Blessings. Blessing my people. We are out. All right. Guidance.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.